introduction.
We'll
We are
save
going to
it for
continue. We are going to save it for later. We are making an introduction right now. So here we go. We are going live. I do believe we are going live right now. Live streaming isn't available right now, as it always says it. We know the drill. We're just going to have to wait. Here we go. Everybody, welcome to the very first edition of the LEVSTREAM Art Podcast, live stream, whatever you want to call it. I am joined by Giovanni Panicietti, who is also drawing today, commemorating Waco. And
I'm inking it, but it's because I want to turn it into a woodblock. But I feel less bad tracing when it comes to woodblock. Like, there's ways you could, like, take the wood glue and then, like, take the laser jet. But here, sorry, I usually am totally against tracing, but here I'm just going to ink in. I'm trying to find some interesting line work, just so it's really quick sketch. And I only use rotering pens, except for this one, and I only use Noodler's black ink. The guy who makes it, he makes it by hand. Look up Noodler's ink. His name is Nathan. What's his name? The guy that makes it's this based boomer conservative. But, like, I know he's a boomer, like he's got the Fox News boomer stuff. He's got this one red ink where it's, like, making fun of Bernie Sanders being a communist and stuff. But he bottles it all himself. Like, literally every bottle you touch, he made by hand. And it's the best. It's the only fountain pen ink I will ever use. Let me just look up his name. But, yeah, so I'm going to draw the siege and
big ups to Gio, because he wants to make sure that the shading of the smoke emerging from the fire is a different shade of the soot that the ATF agents will later be standing on, like big strong men in Kevlar helmets.
Oh lordy!
Because here I have like 4 primaries that four of the most I use, because, like, I'm kind of a minimalist when it comes to shading. But I have this one. Like, when it comes to pen work, I'm a minimalist, but then I used a lot of pen and wash, like watercolor. But when it comes to just straight up, like, a sketch I'm going to do into a woodblock, I have this one. It's just basically, like, it's the best gray pen, like, fountain pen ink I've ever found. 54th Massachusetts. So I know he's like a boomer con. He's like, you're the 54th, like, you know, America's about freedom and diversity and stuff. But, like, in the Fox News type of way. But this is the best gray one I've found. And so I'm going to maybe use a little bit with a dip pen. Nathan Tardif. His name is Nathan Tardif. If you are someone who draws, please go buy Noodler's ink. You are supporting a based boomer. And go to his YouTube videos where he talks about how Bernie Sanders is a communist. And
man.
And we have Stain Haynes with us.
Welcome, Stain Haynes.
I didn't even realize it, man.
Good afternoon.
You've been following me on Twitter for how long, man? Like, fuck.
A couple of months. Listen, I like the cut of your jib.
Thank you.
And listen, not just because I'm an uncultured slob who can't draw. You know, one thing, well, like, on the...
Yo, dude, I can't draw either.
The thing is, like, I mean, on the Break the Rules stream, like, you seem like you would do really well in, like, not just a free-for-all setting, but, like, a McLaughlin group setting.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
I feel that...
well, can you describe the McLaughlin group for those who don't know what exactly it is?
You're in New York and you've never heard of the McLaughlin group?
Well, I said for everybody who doesn't know what it is. I'm not saying I don't know what it is.
Hey, Lev, fun fact.
Let's not jump into conclusions here, but I just want you to say it.
Let's go, Mats. I think I might be the first Queen's Trash to be on your stream. I'm not sure. Am I?
Well, I had a teacher in Catholic school who was a real big Mets fan, and she was very proud of and look, I think the thing about the Mets is that it's more of the hometown team as opposed to the flashier one of the Yankees. And I don't want to get on the whole Mets-Yankees thing right now.
No. You're absolutely correct. I just want to build on this for a moment. Okay, Lev? For starters, if you cheer for the Yankees, that's like going to a casino and cheering for the house to win. All right? It's no good. Number 2. Listen, the Mets might be jerks and losers, but they're my jerks and losers, okay? My jerks and losers won the World Series twice, and you don't even have to baseball to appreciate the story of, like, the 1986 Mets. Like, there's a book called The Bad Guys Won, and it's about the Mets winning the World Series. And You know how like you could have zero interest in the mob and enjoy The Sopranos or Goodfellas?
Oh yeah.
You could have zero interest in baseball and appreciate how magnificent of a well-written book and story it is. So, anyways, in conclusion, Queens is a beautiful gem of New York City, and the beauty is like, are both of you familiar with this Simpsons episode, Lemon of Troy, where the kids
Oh, that was the one. Refresh my memory because I
Oh.
never used to pay attention to the titles.
be able to attest to this, okay? And
Okay.
kids in Queens look at Brooklyn and go, it's just like a bootleg Queens. And kids from Brooklyn can look at Queens and be like, Sunnyside. Sunnyside is like a bootleg Brighton Beach, but with Latinos instead of Russians. What is this? You know? So
Yeah,
like,
all the Russians went to Brighton Beach. Wow, that's true.
so like, Brooklyn has the right to look at Queens as a Shelbyville and vice versa, even though there's so much from both boroughs that are like, you know, like, okay, let's say Lev and Geo.
Hey,
like,
intersectional areas,
like-
how are you?
Oh,
Just
let's
doing a little shout out here.
Buenos tardes. Ooh, Lev's with the I noticed you shout out. Good on you.
And by the way, just so you guys know what exactly these weird mustache creatures are that I'm doing over here. So this is Double Hatter. He is a creature that I created for another Levcard, and the way that I'm going to do these things is over here I have Peer Reminder. This is the full view of what Peer Reminder looks like. And what I'm going to be working on today is I'm going to be filling in these little pieces over here, like it reminds me of certain, I don't know, Byzantine decorations that have like the gold. I don't know, Geo, do you know what I mean? Where there's like this gold
like
lining.
the Byzantine miniatures almost. Yeah.
Yeah. And when I put these things in here, I gotta remember what exactly it's called, and it's found in Russian crowns as well. If you take a look at really old Russian Tsar crowns, they would have little gold thin strings that they would kind of combine together into all these different shapes. And I'm going to remember at the end of this what exactly it's called. I don't remember yet. But the point here is that we have this model of the pyramid and these two creatures that are looking at it. This pyramid is supposed to represent a peek into their own astral dimension. So when they look at this pyramid, they see their own thoughts manifesting, especially if, let's say, this guy over here and this guy are thinking some of the similar things, then they're going to see those similar things popping up in this pyramid. Anyway, what I want to do is this is going to be like the main card, and then I'm going to have other cards for the individuals. But I don't just want to have just like a straight out copy. What I want to do is I want to have other characters in here. So this guy, for instance, I drew him, as you notice, like the lines over here, this is a vector layer. And the thing with vector layers is that you have like the thin lines, and then you could just make them thick. So there's no need to redraw the lines. And this way, since these lines are thicker, pretty much as thick as this one over here, it makes sense to have him with these lines as opposed to these lines, right? Because like now it looks a little bit off, you see? So this is why I want to put this into the composition and then have this guy as a separate left card after the fact. But anyway, I just wanted to get that out of the way just so people know what exactly is going on here with the strange mustache man.
How do you do an NFT of a GIF? Like, do you have to draw like each individual frame?
I do, and there is an ability to do that. I'm not gonna do it on this one, but I am gonna give you a quick tour of how to do that. So let's say over here, I don't know. Let's select. I don't know what you want me to draw over here. Let's see. I don't know. I'm gonna draw maybe like a like a
bagel.
Little, okay. Well, I was gonna draw a bagel, and now here it could still be a bagel. It could be like a little creature that lives inside of the bagel, right? Like this is the bagel over here, right? Here he's on the ground, and we're gonna make him bounce. Maybe we're gonna give him some antenna over here. Why not? So anyway, here's how you make an animation from here. And this is the great thing about this program, which is called Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint is the program that I use. You go in the window over here. Let's see. Animation timeline. Here we go, timeline. So then you make a new timeline. You put layer 1 inside of the timeline. You click in here, and you make a new timeline. Okay, so now I make a new timeline. Now you can't see the timeline in this view, which is unfortunate, but that's the kind of view that I created. So I'm just gonna grab this whole display over here and just move it up. No, that's not it. I want to move the
One
display
question,
up.
Lev.
Yeah.
What program are you using to make these drawings?
Clip Studio Paint. That's the program.
Oh, wow.
Okay, you see, this is the timeline over here. In fact, let me put it slightly up just so you see what exactly is going on here. So in this timeline, here, let me make it a little bit bigger. Oh, I could have just done that, actually. I don't even need to move this thing. Okay, so, yeah, I could just put it over here, just make this bigger. So in this timeline, you have these animation frames. Right now, there's no frame, so you have to make one. So you have to go in here and select the layer 1. Great, now layer 1 is an animation frame. Okay, so now you go in here and then you just press new animation cell, you press the onion skin button, and here we go. Here we have the onion skin. So this way I can now go in here, this is my second layer, and I can, you know, make him, you know, whatever I want. Like I can make him bounce down, I can make him shrink down. Hold on, I gotta select a better brush. Let's see, mechanical pencil too. Yeah, there we go, this one's lighter. So here, so now
do you
he's gonna
experiment with
shrink
a
down.
lot of the brushes, Lev? Like I know my buddy Matthew, he like he'll do like Sumi brushes. You could like have downloaded packs where you could like, do you do that?
I'm not a here's the thing, I'm so practical when it comes to the brushes that I use. I just want to make sure that it's the right thickness. It's all about, like, for me it's more about thickness and pressure, and so like this one is sort of soft like this. This one, well, this eraser is extremely soft, or I could just like press here, now it's hard. Then I also have the brush of let's see, okay, so mechanical pencil, it's this, and it's pretty sharp. And mechanical pencil 2 is like this. So these are the two varieties that I have to work with, and I find I don't really need anything more than those two to do a lot of this stuff. But all of this is interchangeable. You can do so much stuff with this. You can have brush density, stabilization. So anyway, I will continue this just to show you what exactly this particular bounce looks like. And with this stuff, you could even cheat. Like you can have, for example, I mean, I'm just doing like a quick sketch animation. You could just have like this face over here, draw it once, then go into the lasso tool, and then just move it down. So
that must save you a lot of time if you're doing something like, you know, something multi-framed. Like, and I imagine, can you do video stuff on this?
Well, you can export this into any video format you want.
Okay. Now, you see, ladies and jerks watching at home, I'm an uncultured slob who does everything on MS Paint. So
an uncultured swine, if you will, like from Toy Story.
Like to the point where, like, because you know when you just like paste something directly into Paint, like it's got to be like a square or a circle, and then like zooming in to such a disgusting degree and dragging the little pixels around it so it looks not terrible and sloppy. Like, I know you could do that on like the little editing tool on Snapchat in 5 minutes. Old habits die hard. 1 pixel at a time in MS Paint. That's all I know how to do.
No, that's fine. There are people who can do like all kinds of OK-Kai, especially a lot of Japanese people. They can just use MS Paint or whatever shitty program and just make fucking art out of it, and it's an amazing thing to see.
Chef Boyardee! Dover 2 changed my life.
Oh, man. But when it comes to
I'm
this
actually
program,
going pretty fast. I can't believe it. Holy shit.
When it comes to this program, there's another interesting thing you can do. Well, first I'm going to show you and I'm not going to do a fucking animation right now. That was not my intention, but here, this is just without. So this is what it would look like. Bounce, bounce. You get the idea, right?
Right.
So it would play like this. And another thing that you can do, and I will show it here, is I can press a button and all of a sudden flips. Flips. I can also press a button and rotate this however I want to. So, and by the way,
but it would save you time with frames, right? Because you wouldn't have to like do every frame. You could even flip or like motion create or something. Yeah.
And also, by the way, Shock9099, welcome Shock9099, who asks off-brand version of Cintiq Pro chat. Cintiq Pro all the way, baby. I have a Cintiq right over here that I'm using, and also I'm using this. How am I doing it so fast? How am I able to change these brushes so quickly? Because of this. Here. Wait, why isn't it on screen? Hold on. I want to get it fucking there we go. Okay. This is
Shock
how
is
I'm
asking the tough questions around here.
Yes, he is. This is how I'm doing it so fast. I am able to change my programming based on the click of buttons on this thing. So all these buttons are programmed to do individual actions. This is how I'm able to, zoom out, zoom in. This is how I'm able to rotate it. I'm even able to go like up and down one layer by pressing shift and then up or then down. So this is one of the things that I'm really, really proud of when it comes to doing this kind of stuff.
You know how I do it?
How?
I have a smaller technical pen, and that's how I when it comes to ink. Although you could like go really crazy, but because, I'm consciously aware of the fact I have to carve this, so it's like I'm just going to do like straight up lines. But Lino Cut is more forgiving, though, I should say. By the way, a huge announcement for the stream. I've only told people this. Like I've never, I think I told Matthew, but I actually bought, it's the cheapest one I could find, but I actually bought an etching press. So now I can actually do like professional looking prints.
Nice.
Ooh, you heard it. You heard it here first, ladies and jerks. On the not McLaughlin group.
Wait, you still didn't tell me what the McLaughlin group was. You didn't tell the audience. Yes.
So, long story short, the McLaughlin group was sort of like the premise of all political discourse shows, where after the first minute of every topic, it breaks down into people yelling over each other, it'll start out as like healthcare. Okay, let's say you're on the McLaughlin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then this topic is healthcare. 3 minutes into the topic, now you're screaming over Geo, going, "No, the next man on the moon is going to be Chinese." Like every episode was that. Just like playing Mad Libs, but with socio-political topics.
It would always devolve into Pat Buchanan screaming at Eleanor. What's her name? I forget her name.
Eleanor Clift.
Eleanor Clift, yeah. And you know what I remember the most? I used to watch this show religiously. I remember this was right before the quote-unquote Arab Spring. It was John McLaughlin had like the usual panel, and they would do this thing where at the end everyone gave a prediction.
Predictions! That's the best part.
And his prediction was that Hosni Mubarak would give power over to his son Gamal Mubarak, and like a month later, the fucking Egyptian Spring happened, and I'm like, damn, John McLaughlin got fucking owned. I bet you some glow in the dark probably like saw that episode. He's like, "No, fuck John McLaughlin. Now we gotta push forward with the Arab Spring by a few months."
Oh no! Listen, I'm certain like some glow in the dark watched it and was like, "Oh, that can't be good." And then he runs to the office and he's like, "Did anyone have this covered? Why didn't we have this? What are we paying you for? Like, we've got some 6,000-year-old lich on television like saying what might happen, and we have to prepare for this." But no, it was so like it was what's the best way to put this? Like, even though it was like the lowest common denominator, what people think of when it comes to news programs, everyone was surprisingly cordial despite the shit flinging and yelling.
This was before 2016, 2015, so
it was before. No, Gio, I'm glad you bring this up. Okay, it was before what I like to call mumbo jumbo times. All right. You see, I have a theory. Now, hear me out, ladies and gentlemen. And if you think I'm wrong, throw a chair at me. Don't yell at Lev.
Ladies and germs. Whatever happened to ladies and germs? That was such a nice phrase.
It's transphobic now. So
by the way, hello, Pancho. We have a guy from Twitch here, El Babaya. Hi, my name is Pancho. Welcome, Pancho. Great to have you here.
Hey, what's going on, Pancho?
Yo, Pancho.
And don't forget to subscribe. All the new people subscribe to the LEVSTREAM, and also send me some fucking money. Streamlabs.com/LevPolyaco.
You can buy this NFT after if you want.
Exactly. Yes, you can.
Invest in Lev.
Invest in Lev.
Invest in Pancho, si habla español, repuéstame. Soy muy curioso en eso. Gio, parlo italiano.
Che bene.
Oh, shit! Nice.
I only know a few things here and there. I'm not. I tried to learn. My grandparents and my mother tried desperately, but when I was a kid, I just couldn't get the hang of any other language.
I don't blame you, man. Like, listen, if the kid, like, it kind of has to be forced on the kid, and that's a really ugly thing to say. But like, I had no option growing up. Like, mom's from Ecuador, and like she spoke back. She spoke back to anything my brother and I said in English. She just responded back in Spanish. So there was nothing.
That's so cruel. So then you have to.
There was nothing, and even if I like, then there came a point where I knew exactly what she was saying, and I'm like, I'm still gonna talk to you in English, and she still that I learned Spanish. So
I was in a weird situation because my mother my mother's side of the family is Calabres, right? And my father's Marquejano. But my mother and like basically most of my family on my mother's side, I've said this on stream before, all go between Italy, some are in Germany, but mostly in Sao Paulo and Brazil. Right. So my mother was born and raised in Sao Paulo. So she every time she talks to my grandparents, my grandmother now, my grandfather passed away 10 years ago.
Pray for your loss.
Yeah, I know. But so they would have this weird amalgamation of Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese, but like it was dialect from Calabria, so it was like nobody could understand what they were saying. It was hilarious.
That's the best, like, because like, you know, like, all right, so dad's Greek and mom's Ecuadorian. Okay?
Oh my god!
So
I feel so sorry for you.
and here's the crazy thing:
madness.
I've only met one other Greek Ecuadorian in my life. After years of shredding the earth, I've only met one. So, because you're of Italian heritage, if this is the McLaughlin group, eventually this will devolve into like Gio throwing chairs at me because I said all Italian cuisine is 16 ingredients or less, just rearranged in different ways, but they do it perfectly. And he'll take offense to this.
Yes, that is exactly.
And he'll hey, Gravan,
this is here. What's up, brother?
Sorry, I have to click over from the. Yeah, I know. I'm doing it from photos. I'm sorry, Paul Talk. I'm sorry, I'm doing it from photos.
By the way, we have a comment from Mehran. And also Hero. So Hero, okay, Charles Khan. Charles Khan says, invest in Lev. Thank you, Charles. Hero Alchemy. Geo Spiritual Anglo confirmed SMH. And Mehran.
Oh my god.
I like this comment. Mehran, the guy is a Middle Easterner, or half Arab and half French. I think he's talking about what I'm trying.
He does look a little swarthy, I am saying, you know.
A little bit. He looks like he's gonna sell you some crab collage in the market in Paris.
It looks like he's trying to sell me a rug and maybe his Armenian wife. Maybe.
He says over here, change one of the hats to a fez and the other to some French hat from the Riviera. The mustache is okay.
No,
it's gonna ruin the balance. I've put too much work into this guy. I'm gonna do all these now, and I'm probably gonna do it with the. So my goal here, guys, is I want to make a card out of him, and I'm gonna make 3 editions of this card. So only 3 editions of this guy will exist to be bought as an NFT on knownorigin.io. That's another site where I have my work. In fact, let me promote it right now. But the smaller ones, I think I'm gonna put those on Rarible. And those are going to be sold for much cheaper.
That's such a fake move how they do this I mean, I shouldn't, as a printmaker myself, I shouldn't say that because we do exclusive print stuff as well. Or like when you're doing a reduction print, you destroy the block. But like that's just so like a digital GIF is just so cheap. Like how they like do this exclusive thing, like Beeble, like you can only buy 3 of them, and they're like whatever a piece. It's
however,
like,
I think if you're able to brand it, it helps tremendously because
no doubt.
A gentleman I've collaborated with, like he's edited videos for me. I met him through Frank Hassel actually. I did a little bit of writing for some of Frank Hassel's videos, and Matty Furious, I met him through Frank Hassel, and he's edited a few of my videos, and him and I have been doing a Matty Furious Super Predator collaboration for like crypto art.
Nice.
And like like I even though I'm eternally grateful that like, hey, like, eyes and ears make art with Super Predator, on the other hand, it was really hard not to be like, it's just a gift you can't save. Like this is it.
Much.
Like I don't like, and I'm not trying to be mean. If you want to give me Ethereum for this, okay. It's just like, shit. Why am I not uploading GIFs from my old hard drives? Like, why don't I find?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why. There's a reason why.
Why?
Because the gas prices are so fucking expensive now. It takes like $100 in order to transfer one of these fucking things.
That's
so
right.
We're not kidding
that's
around.
Right. The
when it comes
NFTs
to
are destroying the
Right.
environment, people.
And
That's true.
you know what? Captain Planet is spinning in his grave so hard he could power the Las Vegas Strip for the next 3 years, and he's not even dead. That's how bad NFTs are ruining the environment. But Lev, the hard part is like, you could either have it automated, or you could just keep clicking F5 like a sociopath on the gas fee on a gas fee page. So when it's like $33 to upload a GIF, and like it's 3 a.m, and you look like a bootleg version of De Niro in Casino at the end when he's got like all those screens and he's behind a desk.
Oh man, I don't even know. See,
why would you defend a friend that would do that to you? I didn't even want to look at them at that point.
See, my biggest problem is that making these smooth fucking lines. I can do it, but it requires concentration. And like one wrong move, like, see, I don't like this line, and I could probably make this bigger, but since this guy's already small, I'm kind of too lazy to make another version of him. So,
however, the dichotomy between ink on paper and digital technomancy that Lev is using to will art into existence with digital tyranny, and let it be known, he could simply control Z. An error, and Geo has to light someone on fire.
Exactly.
Like,
Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gun.
So what is happening in Gravantis' world?
Yeah,
How have you been, my friend?
How are you, buddy?
Not too bad. Just in the midst of Lent, and I have some things might be coming on the horizon, but I've learned that the less I talk about sort of things coming up, the more likely they're able to actually come to completion. So
there's been rumors about you, but
rumors.
Good ones though. Not like...
Yeah, one of those rumors is how you will start a campaign to remind people that Jesus wasn't anything without John the Baptist. That before Jesus crossed the paths of John the Baptist, he was level 99. And then John the Baptist, NBA jammed him in the River Jordan, and he went from level 99 to level ? And then thus began the adventures of Jesus. Not Jesus, but Jesus, And if
with a capital J.
Yeah, Diamond J himself, you know it, Lev. So if I'm not mistaken...
There's been some horrendous takes that have been going on lately, though, with the little Nos thing. I mean, I know we're going to save it for tomorrow, but this one I wanted to float by Gravantis. Have you seen the viral tweet about how oh god, there's so many of them. But have you seen the one? Sorry, I cut you off, Stain Haynes. Go ahead.
No, you're good, dude. I just wanted to open up with a way so I could properly ask if that is in fact John the Baptist over his left shoulder on his cam, Gravantis.
Oh yeah, right there.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Because from a distance, I'm like, does that dude have home album art on his walls? Oh no, they're iconas. They're iconas. But no, those are beautiful, man. Do you mind if I ask where you got them?
From a variety of places. I think the first ones I got was when I visited St. Herman's Monastery in Platina, California.
Oh, nice.
I got quite a few there. And just others I've kind of gathered sort of through the years. A couple were gifts, but others it was kind of every time I go to a monastery, I always want to like pick something up while I'm there. So.
Oh right. Well, I mean,
really gross.
If not like the corner of a room, it's sort of like I don't want to call it a shrine, but like it's almost as if like for lack of a better term, a spiritual base of power, where like those are like holy items, for lack of a better term.
Let me.
We're about to get the tour.
Oh,
I gotta figure out a way. I gotta figure out a way to make this
like,
camera bigger. Let me see. I can copy and then I can paste as a duplicate, so that shouldn't affect anything. And now I can make it bigger. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So, like, you're not wrong with that. Like, this is my like prayer space. It's where I have my Psalter prayer book, commemorations, and then like going upward.
Oh, that's beautiful, man. Thank you for sharing this.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, by the way, guys, when you talk right now, your screen goes instead of Gravantis's. Just so you know, I have not figured out I mean, I could just go in here and just make his view the proper one for a while. I'm not sure if he's still.
I can show it off again.
There we go.
Thank you. Evkaristo.
Oh no! Now you spoke again. Damn it. Okay, hold on. Let me figure out how to.
Talk,
Here. I'm gonna go to gallery view first, and now I'm gonna make it spotlight for everyone. There we go.
Okay,
now it should.
There
work.
we go.
Nice.
Okay. So yeah. So, and the two in the back, that's the Annunciation, Gabriel, and the Virgin Mary. Those I think are the only two that I have that are actually painted. The others are just like prints. So.
Nice.
And which kind of churches were they? Were they Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox?
St. Herman, St. Herman's, they kind of bounced around jurisdictions a bit. They originally ROKOR, the Russian Orthodox, but I think they're under the Serbs now. But, yeah.
Then, I hope through art, through an understanding of John the Baptist, and through hatred of furries, the Catholics and the Orthodox Church will finally unite and get their shit together.
Please do not send this to Jay Dyer. Please, whatever you do, do not send this to. But I wanted to read Gravantis this tweet. He's probably seen it because this person is a furry, but also a one of these TikTok Orthodox furries, but also one of these TikTok nurses. This is Cliff.
I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, but... Cliff Jerrison. Pervocracy. So a furry that is also a pervert? Never. That never happens. Anyways.
I don't believe you, Gio.
Oh my God. Oh. But so this tweet, here is the Lil Nas X, is that the last Lil Nas X, is really exposing how many Christians think of Satan not in spiritual terms as a force of temptation and punishment for earthly wrongdoing, but in Diablo 2 terms as the second god who has magic powers and will take over his main god if he gathers enough worship points. Now, I argued in my thread, I don't know if you saw it, Gravantis, but it was to promote Free For All Friday tomorrow, where I say that this is basically like what they want. They basically want Satan to be this like counter like woke. Oh well, Satan loves us because there was another tweet that blew up recently. Oh well, Satan loves us because Jesus doesn't. The Christian God hates us, and they basically are sort of revealing their power cards right now. And I wonder, like, what does that tweet even mean, Gravantis, in terms of Satan as a force of temptation and evil upon the world? And I guess they're talking because, like, let's face it, they have a very like evangelical, like 90s moral majority view of Christianity. But I wonder if there's any sort of relevance to saying that maybe it is not the truth of Satan, but rather the way that these people are like dunking on Christians. It's almost as if like this ironic, like almost like post-sincere worship of evil. It's like they're trying to LARP this 90s culture war stuff. I don't know, like, what is your take, Gravantis, on that tweet, but also just this
And also before Gravantis, we have a comment from John Woo. John Woo, make sure you subscribe to Twitch and to the YouTube channel. And he says, never in the history of any time has a furry been a perv. Never once. I promise. So there we go. That's a guarantee. That's a guarantee right there from John Woo.
John Woo kick. That's one of my favorite wrestling moves, by the way, where low key just like goes and like double stomps you in the chest, but it's like he's just flying at you like a miss. Anyways, go ahead, Grant.
Well, I think it's what you were had mentioned. It's this almost projection where they want this almost dichotomous relationship where Satan is at that level. So it's almost this projection where, you know, they're right in the sense that Satan is this idea of temptation, but you know, just because God is greater than Satan, that doesn't mean let's worship Satan in that sense. You know, it is very much operating from this kind of 90s evangelical thing where someone had made a good tweet where they said, this was a while back. I don't even know if the account is still around. It might have got suspended, but they said, you know that God is real, you know that Christianity is real because anytime anyone sort of speaks out against Christianity, they always act as if Christians are in a position of authority, even if they're not. And that's very much sort of what we're seeing. I think everyone can kind of agree that 2021 is a far cry from like the evangelical dominance from the 90s or something. Where,
you know, just very quickly, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that weird LARPing of 90s moral majority in this dynamic of like discussing all things spiritual, you know, I find it fascinating how these conversations happened, even though for the past couple of years, I think it's pretty clear to see that like existential pillars in people's lives have been eroding, which is one reason why people have been turning, like, for example, like people have been turning to like religion. The same way you have like listless women beating their apartment walls with sage in Brooklyn who call themselves witches. While that
some of them we had on our stream with disastrous results.
Like right, because they're all such a delight, and you always want them at dinner parties, right? So while all these existential pillars are eroding in people's lives, like people are forced to realize, oh, like it turns out your community and your family might end up being the only net you have. But there also is like a flocking to like the Orthodox and the Catholic Church. It's been weird to see on Twitter, like people like, it's one thing to be like, I believe in this and this has given me values and structure and blah. But you ever notice the people who like recently convert are usually like the most zealous on the street, foaming at the mouth, on par with the Black Israelites in terms of like just like berating others with understanding of the world that's like thousands of volumes wide but one volume deep. The Little Nas X thing is a weird extension of this, in where like like you said how you mentioned you know, people speak of Christianity as if they're in a position of authority when they're not. Like that sort of allows you to look at like Christians in Nigeria like, oh, they're getting gunned down by Muslims but they're Christian, and it's like that doesn't make it any it's sort of like that weird golf ball sized scope of the world. That's the equivalent of me like giving Gio a hard time because he's Canadian because there's no First Amendment in Canada. And
well,
like
to be fair, today is the official day of the rake. So to be fair.
Oh, good. Finally. Well, as Doug Ford just announced that we're going to go into lockdown again. Fuck you, Doug. Sorry, I'm getting away. But as Doug Ford announced we're going into lockdown, I wholly welcome the day of the rake. But
it cannot come soon enough.
But yeah, so Gravantis, I just wanted to get like it's really weird. I'm almost seeing like I mean, I don't know if it's, you could say like a Gnostic Christianity, or certainly like this is almost like, again, this is like, you know, Carl Jung's most controversial book was Answers to Job, where he's like, well, you know, Satan is also a part of God because of a complete God. So that was like Jung dabbling with like some really weird Gnosticism. Right. It's almost as if they're saying that, well, you know, actually the evangelicals, they're the ones who they are pretending that God and Satan are on equal footing. But I don't know. I think, like, again, this is just a general theological confusion that, like, modern America is going through in general, because I get the point. Like, it's a horrendous tweet, but at the end of the day, I don't know what to make of it. I think that maybe some Christians, or at least not Christians themselves, but rather like the meme version of like evangelical Christianity within the minds of like the media. I don't know. Like, it's really a strange thing, but it's coming from like a furry with the typical accoutrements on the handle, like Black Lives Matter pronouns.
And wearing a mask as well, right?
Oh yeah,
his furry character.
There's something I'd like to ask Lev, Gravantis, Geo. There's something I'd like to ask you and get your opinion on something. Okay, so like this little Nas X ordeal is but one of a number of, like, it ends up spilling out into Twitter or in everyday conversation where, like, even people, like, you know how like a school shooting happens and students become Second Amendment experts, or like there's
like David Hogg.
Yes, like David looked like a 25-year-old man in his high school yearbook photo. Hogg, David with his, oh my God, he looks so unfortunate with his little twig arms and his like punchable face. The point is, all right, this is the point I'm trying to make. All right, the whole little Nas X thing is like, all right, okay. Here's my deal, and I'd like your thoughts on this. Okay. We've been living, and this kind of circles back to what Gio mentioned, and how, like, McLaughlin Group pre-2016 was sane, because like things went off the rail after 2016. I'd like to believe it started a little earlier. You see, the Mayan calendar came to an end in like December 2012. It didn't mean the literal destruction of the earth. I'm just saying that starting in 2013, that's when things like words mean things got beaten with pipes and chains, lit on fire, wrapped up in a rug, and thrown off the roof. 2013 is when, like, suddenly, like, there's a Twitter thread on this with LexisNexis, and showing, like, suddenly in 2013, there are articles about white privilege, white supremacy, systematic buzzword, catchphrase, verb to adjective noun, So starting in 2013, it's like everyone just started coloring outside the lines. People who were like raised on doublethink, to double down, now they engage in like triple think. Like, you can't get through to certain people, and it's this, like, and because it's bled out into like politics, into culture, it's really hard not to see, like, wow, there is evil, and this evil is evil and ugly by design. Like, it's hard. It is daunting, if not impossible, to start unpacking these things without acknowledging there's something inherently wrong. Like, take people who call you a bigot because you're like, I don't think sex offenders in drag should be reading to kids. Now they accuse me of being an ist who harbors an ism, possibly a phobia. All right, and never mind that, like, drag queens have went from like campy to parodies of women to creatures that look like they clawed and seduced their way out of a second circle of hell. All right, like,
yeah, the camp thing is sort of like that becomes like children's shows now, like the camp aesthetic. Yeah. So
I'd like to ask you gentlemen, like, over the past couple of, like, well, I mark it since 2013. That's when, like, mumbo jumbo.
Me, it was the summer of 2013. Yeah, it was the summer of 2013 for me. That's right.
And we also have somebody here who I would also love to answer this question. Zero HP Lovecraft is in the house. Welcome, Zero HP.
God.
Good evening, sir.
And everybody subscribe while he's working on the sound over here.
On his cynic vocoder from.
Yes, exactly. By the way, what do you think of these eyebrows? Before they were like excited, and now I lowered them down to have. I think from the conversation we were having, it made sense to make the eyebrows as such. But Zero HP, let me know how your audio is, brother.
It's okay. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Sir.
Great.
Lev, I dig how the eyebrows make him look like he's either looking at something like appraisingly or he's like, what the fuck did this guy just say? I dig that.
I think the conversation that happens here informs how exactly he's going to look. And I'm still messing around here with the zoom to make sure that these two windows have separate views. So right now it's on you, Stain Haze. Now, Geo, speak, and it should go back to you.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Perfect. And we have a comment from The Very Bad Man. Thank you for watching. Be sure to subscribe to this channel on YouTube. So you could just go youtube.com/LevPolyakov, or you can go to twitch.com/LevPolyakov, whichever way you do it, or dlive.com. Shout out to all the dlive listeners /LevPolyakov. Either way, here is the comment from The Very Bad Man. Basically, post-Enlightenment, Gnostic interpretation of Abrahamic texts rather than rote combat with Christianity or alignment with evil. It's more salient than just evil and worth accounting for. Any thoughts on that, gentlemen?
Well, Grav, you had something to say about the whole... Yeah.
Not necessarily on that. I guess if someone wants to answer that, I was going to jump to kind of the tipping point to, at least when I noticed things starting to, there be a major shift.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, yeah.
But I don't know, for me, I think it was more 2008. I'd pushed a little bit back because 2008, you know, you have Occupy Wall Street, you have Obama becoming president, and he enters the presidency against gay marriage. Gay marriage is legalized, and in 12 years, you have conservative drag queens. Like, that is
Lady Maga. Yeah.
That is such a shift. You know, in 12 years, you have kind of the Democrat progressive saying no to gay marriage. California said no to gay marriage. I don't know if anyone remembered Prop 8, where they said constitutional amendment, gay marriage is not allowed.
Oh, you mean Prop 8, where a certain demographic of people voted against gay marriage, and the valiant LGBT culture warriors called them N-words? You mean that?
Yeah.
So,
the really strange thing about that is that Oberfell v. Hodges was in 2015. And when I think about it, it feels like it was 2012 or 11 or something like that. But if you actually look it up, no, it was the end of Obama's presidency when that happened. But it feels like it happened much earlier.
Well, to certain circles, Obama was against. In certain circles, like in certain press circles, Obama talked about in the very beginning of his, I believe, his 2008 or 2012 campaign, I don't remember, but he was talking about how marriage should be between man and woman and all that. So later on, when the journalists were asking him...
2012.
Yeah, 2012.
He said that, yeah.
And later on, when they were asking him, and they were not combative with him at all. They were basically like, so this was your strategy. You had to pretend to, because they were all in it together, and that's pretty understandable.
That was the only way to keep the white supremacists quiet until he left office. He just had to take a really hard stance against gay marriage and all these issues and problems that could have been discussed with a man of color in the highest seat of power in this country. No, we just had to keep people squabbling. However, the legalization of gay marriage, using as an example of legalizing gay weed is how local politics is like a testament to, it's like, in spite of all these cultural changes, it does come from the top down, but it also it started grassroots, first with legalizing gay marriage and legalizing marijuana. It did start.
And just to be clear, by the way, I am not against either one of those things. I am against the demonic appearances of the drag queens. I think that's pretty weird. And sure, you could say one thing leads to another, but just as a general outlook, I have no problem with gay marriage personally. But I understand that this is more than just about gay marriage, from what I understand, right? This talks about more of this transition to the frog getting boiled slowly to other things being introduced down the line. Would you say I'm on target there?
Oh, definitely.
I think it's impossible to say when it started to. I mean, in Hollywood, they were there were television shows, there were movies sort of pushing this angle, even in the 90s, even in the 80s.
Yeah, Will and Grace.
To some degree. So, Will and Grace actually, the real world in 92 had an openly gay character who was considered one of like the hallmarks of mainstreaming homosexuality on television. And it really resonated with a lot of people at that time, young people in the early 90s.
I'm sorry if I'm misremembering this.
So I blame MTV.
Wasn't there a member of the real world who was HIV positive as well? Like,
Oh, you're a bit quiet right now. You got to speak
yes,
closer to the mic.
Same guy.
Oh, sorry. Oh, same guy. Okay, sorry about that. One
Same
thing,
guy.
The one thing that always...
Wait. Something happened to your
curious,
mic.
isn't
You
it?
do not sound like you did before. Something is wrong with your microphone.
My microphone?
Yeah. It's much... Don't you guys hear it? It is much quieter than it was before. I don't think it's just me.
Can you hear me now?
No, I can hear you, but it sounds like a completely different microphone. It sounds like you're either far away
Oh,
or...
wait, here we go.
There we go.
Thank
go.
you. Sorry
And,
about that.
No problem. That's what I'm here for. And by the way, real quick, this is why I use the vector lines, because you could just go like this, and you can make this motherfucker as big as you want. So
Hey,
that's what the...
Earlier,
Yeah.
you called it cheating, and you're taking the Mr. Burns approach of cheating is the gift man gives himself.
Exactly. Exactly.
What in just 12 years though, like that's a really good point of a time frame in these things happening, because in 12 years we went from born this way to born in the wrong body, and no one ever seems to, like, it's as if like that just left our collective memory, born this way. And then you would see on TV shows, and it's like, well, you know, Lev, you can't be angry at Jessica, she was born that way. And
Jessica.
that was like,
I'm glad you said Jessica, by the way. Do you know why?
Oh, God.
why?
Have you been following the lore? Because I am a big fan of Frank Hassel's video, Dr. Don Wario, where he goes into the store and he harasses that poor, I don't know, Latin American or Middle Eastern guy with the mask on, and he keeps saying that he's Jessica and that he has to inhale the bimbo gas, and this guy just gets so upset.
We need
he
2
goes-
cc's of women's panties right now. That was the one line.
Yes.
You know what's funny? I argued in a recent video on my YouTube channel, Janner Productions at youtube.com, that medical dramas were one of the, and by the way, I'm approaching the end of my drawing here. Medical dramas were like the vector of propaganda over the years, from the early 90s, where it was largely still about what was happening to patients and things like that, to like literally like there was you know, because I think that medical dramas, they offer like a unique avenue into like the human as a subject and as a being itself. So you'll have like, you know, House, there was like a lot of that type of, you know, culture war issues. Nowadays medical dramas, they're like the absolute worst, like whatever you want to call them. It like if you watch any of them, they're just like teeming to the brim with what's current like woke ideology, like people using, not just using pronouns, but like the way that it's framed. Like there was this one example I used where the issue of abortion came up in an Australian medical drama from the 90s, and it was more about like this is like an Amy Therese point, by the way. It was more about like the aspect of poverty and things of that nature, and how like women are driven to you know, killing the life inside of them. But nowadays, if that, you know, any sort of issue in a medical drama where abortion comes up, it's inevitably going to be framed in terms of like, well, it's her right to choose, and oh my God, and it's like the evil bigoted Christian doctor that's like on the staff for some reason. No, that was like House. Nowadays, medical dramas don't even have the evil bigoted Christian doctor who is like the butt of everyone's jokes. It's sort of like how SVU, Special Victims Unit, had, what was the guy's name? Stabler. It's like, then he was gone, then it's just the Mariska Hargitay show, and it's like you don't even have Stabler there to,
By
like,
the way, real
tell
quick, Mariska Hargitay, I think she has, I don't know if it's like a second cousin or somebody named Andrea Haggerty, who is a porn star. FYI,
I
this is
wouldn't
just secret lore, secret Lev lore.
6 degrees of Kevin Bacon if Kevin Bacon was a fluffer.
Oh.
You know, the weird thing, I remember seeing a tweet, and excuse me if I don't remember the author, but I remember seeing something to the effect of women who've gotten an abortion tend to be not only proponents of it, but it's almost as if they're compelled to get other.
That's
women
what Alex
to
Jones said. They have to justify it after,
right? Because well, part of it is because like when
and
you
they'll volunteer for Planned Parenthood and shit like that.
Because when you suffer alone, it's miserable and agonizing. But when you suffer like in a collective, it's super easy to romanticize it. Like it's the Battle of Helm's Deep happening in Vietnam. You know, like when you suffer like with a group, you know, it's so much easier to make it seem like this this struggle that you will end up on the right side of history. You know, I think that mentality, it's not only for like hardcore proponents of abortion, but it's all like you could see it with certain online communities, and it's like, hey, we're all fucked up. Let's revel in being fucked up, and then it's like you said, Gio, like to justify their decision, it has to be inflicted onto others, even though like it's inflicted in a compassionate, caring, back-patting sort of way, you know.
Do unto others what has been done to me, to quote but
that's an interesting way of going about it. I'm going to be eating some salad over here, so I'm just going to leave this thing right now, because no man is, I'm not able to exist without food. So I'm going to eat, but I'm going to keep this thing right over here. Let's see if I could add a nice shade to it. But what do you think so far? What do you think of what do you think of this guy? See how I made his lines thicker over here in the end, so that when you zoom out, you'll be able to see his lines relative to this guy, and then I could always use the earlier lines for a separate NFT.
I have a question.
Great, but no block of cheese tonight?
Oh, you know what? I have one in the fridge. I can get one. No. What are you talking about? Of course there's a block of cheese. A block of delicious blue cheese. So thank you for reminding me, by the way. Otherwise, I would have completely forgotten about the blue cheese. It is still in the fridge, so I'm going to grab it as soon as I figure out how to properly shade this thing over here.
You're talking about the medical dramas. It reminded me right when COVID started, like you have these dancing and whatever. And there was this viral tweet, and it was like this, I don't know, it was some isms or something. It was like this white supremacist guy got COVID and he refused to mask, and he was saved by a brave woman of color.
Oh, that one!
Like,
that was
it was literally a Grey's Anatomy episode.
Yes, it was. That was right.
That white supremacist name?
What was that?
That white supremacist name?
Oh, it was just one of those kind of viral stories. It's like
his name was Paul Scholes.
Yeah, no, I think it was Albert Einstein.
Albert Einstein.
Ave Maria.
Oh my God.
Bullshitting. Paul Scholes blocked me again, and I don't understand why.
What did you do?
Nothing. I didn't talk to him. I didn't even make any tweets.
Damn.
Like, I didn't even like any tweets about him. Because normally if you like a tweet mocking him, he'll like block you. But I didn't do that this time. I think he just does it arbitrarily. I think he's just sitting there like, I'm going to keep him guessing.
It's to keep his brand. That's.
Although I'd like to believe he's utilizing Twitter the way he's utilizing Twitter in a way. I think perhaps if more people were inclined to do so, there might be less shit flinging. And yes, like you're collateral damage in this 0 HP. But if everyone were as block happy as Paul Scholes, people would be. It's like out of sight, out of mind. You know, so like if you just like arbitrary block a bunch of people right out the gate, that you know, like why ever be interacting with this person in good faith. However, you know, like there does come a point where it's a bit like, I don't want to call it egomaniacal, but like liking a tweet of someone, like especially if it's true, like if it's a good clean dunk and I got nothing on it, like I have to give props to someone who made me look like an idiot online. But like,
I've had plenty of situations like that.
Right, but like, that dude liked the tweet of someone pointing out the obvious. I gotta ban them. That just seems kind of petty, really petty.
Yeah.
I think
it's not petty. This blue cheese.
At least.
Look at this.
Yeah, I'm up to like
this
300.
This is the money shot. This is why we're here. Lev is going to start an only cheese.
Cheese eating ASMR.
Very
I'm gonna put some cheese in the salad first.
Attaboy. Are you using any dressing?
No, no well, no, a little bit of olive oil, and that's it.
Attaboy. Oh, also, shout outs to John Woo in chat, the 718 TV Hood correspondent, and a very bad man who is a fellow super predator. I see you.
Oh boy. But yeah, I think what were we talking about? Well, I think it's really crazy how these sort of thought patterns can get unleashed in such a short amount of time. And it's almost like which bread tuber was it? I think it was Vaush that was saying about, guys, isn't it funny how we're really winning the culture war? I mean, you could get banned from social media everywhere. You could get fired from work for questioning it. But it's really this impression of a sort of false consensus around a lot of this. And you can see this very easily with the way the pandemic has moved out. It's almost like the same tactic of hyper politicization, but I don't know, that take of the take that everything is so political now. To me, it's almost like a moot point that a lot of what would you say, intellectual dark web James Lindsay types, they like to say, well, everything's so political now. But to me, everything was political. It's just that now we have a greater awareness of it, I guess you could say.
Before, you didn't have machines tracking everything you said, and it wasn't necessary. But to be seen and heard now is to post. And so the rules, the political rules, become more salient to everyone. You actually meet them face to face. In a world with no social media, you can say whatever you want to your friends. There's no censor like listening in and tracking you most of the time and banning you. But now it's because we're so connected, we see the walls of that cage much more clearly.
I mean, not even that, like even just someone you're joking around with and they're secretly recording you and they post it for clout online. Someone
Let's hope not.
Your friend, you're just kind of thrown into the wilds with the wolves, just for someone's social media cred.
Let me tell you, every single person IRL is a Fed. Every single one.
You can't trust any of them. It's like the tweet that I capped today that had like some ridiculous number 300,000 likes about what did it say? The conversational power of cis white men, how they can steer the conversation by saying, what was it? That's fucked up, bro. And and if you saw my tweet, it's like, it's like the soy.
Oh, I saw it.
Yeah, the soy saying, that's fucked up, bro. And the Giga Chad's like, I don't care. It's just like, But I think that is the power of saying no, or rather, not even the power of just a straight rejection, but the power of sort of, what would you say, a casual indifference to it. Even that, I feel, is a greater offense to them than just...
Has anybody done that in real life, though? Because I've never experienced somebody saying that's... I mean, I'm sure maybe it happened, but I'm just not aware of it. Has anyone here experienced that? Can you describe how it happened? Can you give us a little bit more detail?
I mean, I have friends, very woke friends. I don't see them as much these days, but I used to. I used to know many people who were kind of on the vanguard of that. And they would, I mean, even saying something as simple as the word retarded, you say, oh, that's retarded. And I've had white guys, ostensibly male, take me aside and be like, hey man, come on, you're better than that. Don't say that word. And it's just like, fuck you and fuck everyone you know and death upon your family. But that's really how it is in some places.
Oh, to add on what Zero HP Lovecraft said, that it's even though it's in person, I don't know if this is a reoccurring theme, but I've never been woke scolded by a woman in person or in public. It was always a guy that was like, hey man,
always a guy.
You should really reconsider what you said. And then what did I say? They're like, come on, you know what you said. And then, and it's almost, how do I put this? On one hand, it's performative, but on the other hand, I swear, like, keep the conversation going long enough, you'll see something in their eye that looks like it's trying to punch its way out. Because, like, if they admit what they believe in is baloney, and it's like counterintuitive, and it's like having to uphold these insane lists in their head of, I'm supposed to be offended by this, but I don't know why. Like, it's just weird that, like, online, like, it's like a free for all, and usually women crying, shitting their pants, and gnashing their teeth over this. But, like, in person, I never, like, that gave me food for thought. I never realized until now. It's always like weak, chinless dudes with hands softer than hard-boiled eggs, like velveteen touches of a dandy fop. It's them who do it in person. Yikes.
I think it's because it's really interesting, the relation. I guess maybe because men feel obliged to lend themselves the space or the capability of quote unquote pushing back. But there's this one tweet that was, what was it, yesterday, that ZHP tweeted, there's no such thing as a centrist. The centrist is the side of whoever's in power, whatever that is. And it's kind of true. I think that centrist politics in a lot of ways is an artifice largely of the current political apparatus that is imbued with whatever significance is in any given society. So for us, it's like this, liberal, fiscally conservative, socially liberal type of that is a very, like, throughout history, that's been a very sort of marginal position, but yet it's been retconned into being like the natural, quote unquote, natural conclusion of the political structure. It's like, like this
I wouldn't say I'm gonna counter this so much as say that this is where I would really love these what did we call them, the reverse debates to take place around, and we're gonna have several later on about this, because when it comes to an alternative way of looking at these things, you could say that they're wrong for doing it as such. But if we're not talking about true believers, if we're not talking about like some neoliberal NPR tote bag, wearing a person who's constantly parroting talking points, if we're talking about someone who is also parroting those talking points but understands that a lot of it is just performative, these elites are the ones that I'm talking about here. And my whole proposition that I think a lot of them are about is they want to do things in order to maintain a state of relative calmness, of relative order as they see it. They don't want things to get too crazy. And you could disagree with me that this is the end result of what they're doing, but this is what I could kind of, give the devil his due here as far as why they may be doing certain things they're doing, including kind of cajoling and, putting on the fancy puppet in front of the hardcore leftists, pretending like they give a shit about them. It's all a mask. It's all an act. But it may be needed for some kind of peace. I don't know. That's just my kind of counter to that, and I'm curious what you think.
That sort of reminds me of, it was maybe last month or something. There was a meme, and it was someone being like a meme of someone being edgy, and they say, "Hail Satan," and someone said, "Ha ha ha, you're so edgy, hail Hitler," and they're like, "How dare you say that? That's so offensive." And like underneath the meme, I saw that same conversation, like the meme play itself out again and again, where they're like, "Actually, Satan's cool." Someone responds, "Actually, Hitler's cool. How dare you say that?" And then like. And one of the things that stuck out to me were someone called Satan a slur. I forget what it was. And they're like, "How dare you say that?" And they're like, "Well, Satan is like this metaphysical embodiment of evil. What's wrong with that?" And they're like, "Well, actually, Satan's not real." And then the response was, "Then why does it matter if I call someone who's not real a slur?" And you kind of saw them break at that point where they didn't really know how to respond to it, because they know they're supposed to be offended. But like logically, you kind of don't get to the end point of why. And I don't know, that just kind of reminded me of that.
Those interactions like that in person are usually rewarding, because when you get to that point, like sometimes they look at you like a dog that was just shown a card trick. Like there's like equal parts like perplexion and like, how did you do that? Like how did you arrive at that like conclusion? Like it's incredulous you would even propose such a thing, you know?
I don't think it would be incredulous, though, for the elites that I'm talking about. I almost think, like, they would be kind of for things like the wall. They can't say it. They cannot say it in public. So, in a way, they would see what Trump did with his wall. And again, I'm not talking about all the elites here, I'm just giving an example. They would see Trump doing what he did, advertising in front of the whole world that he's going to build this wall, as being almost like, you stupid motherfucker, why did you have to say it out loud? You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that I'm trying to infuse into this conversation.
I said the loud part quiet and the quiet part loud.
Exactly, because I think that this is kind of like, this is thinking somewhat more steps ahead and not really saying that, okay, these people who are saying one thing, this is absolutely what they believe. And I'm sure that there are many people out there like it. I'm sure that there are more people out there who say what they believe, or rather what they've been told to believe. But I'm not concerned about those people. Who I'm concerned about are the people who actually have money and have power, who I don't really see them as being that same kind of person. And those are the people that feel kind of left out of this conversation, just in terms of maybe they aren't practicing what they're preaching, and maybe the reason why they're preaching that has some kind of a benefit that we may not be seeing right now. And by the way, this is chicken broth, and look what it says, the boss. Exactly, that's right.
I think that was one of the big appeals of Trump, where he kind of said, you know, what a lot of people were thinking out loud, where he comes in and he says, I'm rich, I've bought off politicians. Like, no one really ever entered the political realm and said stuff like that. We all know it. You know, all politicians have a price to them. And someone coming in and sort of saying stuff like that. And that's why I think a lot of the discourse around Trump was a lot about his tone. You know, how dare he say this? He shouldn't say this, even if it's something that so many people are thinking. So I think even just that brashness, it taps into something that I think is missing, I guess, in the political power realms, where people come out and touch something in this kind of... They go against kind of the societal mores, but hit on something true that sort of everyone's thinking of at that moment.
Well, they're hitting on something that may be true, but it still doesn't answer the ultimate question, which is one that I would want to... Oh man, my hair is crazy. One that I would want to kind of string out from having these reverse debates. Agravantis, have you seen some of the ones that we had so far? We had the Argue My Point debate about nationalism versus anarcho-capitalism with Hero Alchemy and Liberty Lockdown. And then we had Giovanni Panicietti and Ayla Girl. Oh, that one was a fun one. But I want to do a similar thing with having people more from the cathedral on with people who are against the cathedral, but have them switch sides and talk as if they're the other person. Because, again, like... You're absolutely right, people do resonate with the truth, but people also resonate with the truth in a bad way too. So people would resonate with the truth in such a way that you would get these Antifa and you would get other people, and you could say, well, they were kind of organized by a higher authority. Sure, and they were organized not just by one higher authority, but there were foreign governments that were also putting money into these things. So the question to me has always been about, is it worth it to invest in the elite having a controlled opposition that they can maneuver and kind of, you know, you could say that they were the attack dogs and they were used at certain times, but still, is it worth that versus them becoming an actual grassroots movement that is not affiliated with the cathedral, who upon seeing somebody like Trump or somebody like let's pretend we had Mitt Romney back in the day also like talk about we're going to build the wall and yada yada yada. My guess is that it would be possible for there to have been some kind of a leftist grassroots movement that, if it was not supported by the elites, then it would be able to be supported by other governments and it would be able to exist on its own. Maybe not. Maybe I'm completely wrong about it, but I just want to throw this into the conversation and see what you think.
The tricky thing about discussing Antifa though is feel free to call me crazy, but Antifa to me has always felt out of place and is like an artifact of a dystopian timeline that never came to pass. Like I'll give you allow me to run my mouth for 60 seconds, okay?
Go for it.
I'm convinced there was a Rube Goldberg device put into place that was meant to be set into motion when Hillary Rodham Clinton became president of these United States. That did not happen. So the Rube Goldberg device did not go into motion, but individual pieces of it began kicking around and moving on its own. But without the thing as a whole, it stands out like a sore thumb. It stands out like a streetwalker in a cathedral. Like, take Mandalay Bay, all right? That was, in my opinion, I believe that was supposed to be the gun grab everyone had been scared about ever since George H.W. Bush said New World Order on national TV, okay? And whenever something like this happens, in 24 hours or less, we have the digital footprints, what Handy wipes his ass with, a motive, what his favorite food, the last 3 things he watched on YouTube, and the worst incident of these kinds. And never mind that shootings more or less were just a way to soft reset the news cycle. The worst one in American history, we got zero motive on this guy. The end, all right? So that is an example of this Rube Goldberg piece moving on its own. Antifa was supposed to be presented as this cool, awesome, scary thing, like a pressure valve, like an astroturfed way for people to have their dissent in public, and then it was going to be crushed by the state in a motherly but compassionate crackdown. And only the handlers and the people at the top of the food chain would go on to their political careers. So to me, and maybe I'm just looking at this incorrectly, but I can't see Antifa as anything but that. And you're not wrong, Lev, because you'd mentioned they're kind of propped up by NGOs. I find it fascinating how they always seem to have bail money. You know, despite the fact that...
But not just NGOs. They're also propped up by foreign governments. I know Gio's going to start ragging on me when I bring up the R word, but yes, Russia is also involved in the propping up of these things.
Oh, of course. But I just find it fascinating that people willing to engage in violence on the street without a worry about the nightmarish legal proceedings that can and will happen, if you allow yourself to be involved in a street melee. So, again, you know, I have a hard time of seeing Antifa as anything but that. It's never made sense to me since day one. And it was so weird when even CNN was like, is it time we should start equating Antifa to Nazis? Even though 3 years before that, you see on the Huffington Post, Antifa are the brave resistance. And they're just like General George Washington, who murdered British people in their sleep on Christmas Eve. They made them out to be, and so moving forward, it's almost like either the press was not in the know, or they didn't know what to report. And so this. Well,
the press was not in the know. They were not in the Andy know. You know, they completely threw that guy under the bus.
Oh, God.
So please excuse me, but I can't see Antifa as anything but that. I just want to point out one last thing before I give the floor to my constituents. All right, local politics, and I tried to bring this up earlier. Excuse me for not elaborating, but insurrection in the voting booth is never as sexy as insurrection in the street. However, local politics is how we legalized gay weed. All right, because it started as being told to shut up in town hall meetings, getting petitions signed, knocking on doors, working at a phone bank, and then before you know it, it builds up momentum, and now it's in state legislature. Now you have congressmen and senators yelling about this, and then when it's signed into law, that's I hate to say it, but sometimes the system works, and local politics is an example of that. However, Antifa, if Antifa were storming voting booths and being no one leaves until everyone votes, I could totally get behind that. But again, Antifa helps perpetuate the idea of hey, you want insurrection? Take the insurrection to the streets, not the voting booth. Don't take insurrection to your town hall meetings, you know? Okay, I'm done running my mouth on this thing.
No, I think that was really well said. What do you think, Zero HP?
He dipped out. He had to leave it.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, thank you, Zero HP, for coming down here. I don't know. It's weird when it comes to something like Antifa. It's always weird for me to think that it is financed both by foreign governments and these NGOs, and how would they coordinate those two things? Like, would they coordinate together? Would they coordinate separately? Is it, that's always been a weird thing to me. But I don't know. I mean, it's really something that I'm grappling with myself as far as where I fit in here, because I do think that there are smart people out there too that do, as strange as it is to say, care about not just their bottom line but also care about the country. Is that too much? Is that too controversial to say nowadays? I mean, I don't think that there are that many of them, but take Ted Kennedy, for instance. Ted Kennedy, he was already done. Like, he was cancered all out, and still, like, he went outside to vote for Obama. So, like, this guy, he was still walking about, even though he had no reason to walk about anymore. He was on his deathbed. So when I see something like that, it's like, you could say that these are, very Machiavellian people, which is the argument that I was making too. But there does still seem to be, at least from that Ted Kennedy example, something to at least show that they do have certain values. Is this something that resonates with you guys, or would you disagree in the Ted Kennedy example?
Wait, what about Ted Kennedy?
Well, when he was already really brittle and sick and about to die, he was still going out and voting for Obama. This was, I believe, during Obama's first term.
Oh, is that the one? Was that the alcoholic one that did Chappaquiddick?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And occasionally
There
his pants would fall down when in public. Occasionally.
Exactly.
Well, I know that the media gave him like a state funeral, like the likes of Kim Jong-il. Sorry, Kim Jong-un is dead, but we don't know it yet. So it's really crazy how a lot of these performative acts have consumed the real. It's like
Wait, but when you say performative, though, hold on. This is where I'm taking issue. If you have somebody who is so old and so so sick that he doesn't have to go anywhere, he can just lie in bed all day and fuck off. Instead, he was climbing the steps of Congress to, do all his voting for Obama campaign stuff. It's like, why? Why did he have to do that shit if he's just a Machiavellian who, at the end of the day, he's on his last ropes? Why not just go to Epstein Island or whatever, Like, that's the part that I don't get.
But that's the thing, like, it's but that's part of the spectacle. It's like how near the end of well, it's like with Biden, right? It's like when you question his mental health or otherwise, you get this.
No, but that's different because Biden's kind of being carried around. Weekend at Bernie style.
No, but at the end of Reagan's term, it was the same thing, but yet it was the media loved it. They loved his, like, even his own son sold him out. Said, well, yeah, near the end of his life, he was mentally unstable and he had dementia. But now it's sort of like, now that the geriatric, like, decrepit, sclerotic face of power. I know that word is overused so much, but now that the sclerotic face of power is back in the White House, it's like that sort of discourse has been, like, purposefully ignored. And if you, like, mention it, then you're some, I don't know.
One thing that it's hard to ask such questions where, like, how would Ted Kennedy feel about blank? Because, he's dead and he's not with us. But I'm curious, if Ted Kennedy were alive, and assuming he's not like a decrepit, senile, just drooling, mess wearing, like, adult depends, okay? I'm curious how he would feel about, like when Biden took office, it was 4 days into office where terrorism is back on the table and we're bombing the Middle East, all right? Like, I found it fascinating how, like, Democrats in maybe, like, 17 years went from, like, screaming at war and about the Iraq war and that weird little period when no one talked about the Afghanistan war, even though that's the one war Canada and England is like, hello America, we're on your side, and then we're like, hey, want to come down to Iraq? You people are monsters, So it's weird how, like, now, like, it's almost as if, like, if we're dropping heavy payload and white phosphorus on brown kids in Syria and Yemen, as long as that payload has like a Black Trans Lives Matter sticker on it, they'll fucking guzzle it like king's piss, you know? Like, it's fascinating how people who cried and shat their pants about George W. Bush and didn't flinch when Obama made drones a legitimate thing and droned the Middle East into oblivion. Like, it was weird to see people on Twitter like, oh my god, it's so different to have a commander-in-chief who takes tough military action and doesn't brag about it on Twitter. And it's like...
Well, that's what happened with the Tucker Carlson thing. It's like, there's even a meme about it, right? Like, I'm so proud of my lesbian daughter for going and getting domed in the Middle East for the corporations. It's like, that's the sort of like boomer. Like, I think they truly are consciously trying to like sway the I think this is what the Lincoln Project is doing. They're like, it's a way for them to like swing the boomers over to like this really hideous, as I said in the last stream, like literally the worst ideology you could think of, which is the merging of wokeism with neoconservatism. That's like the absolute worst, like nightmare, like fucking I have no mouth and I must scream sort of ideology. But sorry, I'm just lolling. I'm looking at Gravantis's feed. And there's this one tweet, women posting their W's. I guess it's to go against our good friend of the show, James, women posting their L's.
Shout out to James Healy.
What was big ups to James?
The tweet Gravantis is a screen cap. The original tweet was a woman sparked controversy online after she ripped off part of the Bible, asking wives to be submissive to their husbands, using it to smoke weed. Then it's like, sorry, I deleted the tweet because the person identifies as not a woman. The wrong bro.
See, it's so.
Oh, I love that stuff.
It's so, you know, like. But
bad bitch cheating on her bigoted Christian boyfriend after using the wrong pronouns for her trans friend. Can I get a W?
Ave Maria.
Oh boy.
It's just strange to like the blending of neoconservatism and wokeism. Like, we're kind of already there, considering that okay, like it was so weird. Like, when right before Biden took office, you saw people like, you know, like, hey, Biden said he was going to close Guantanamo Bay. So did Obama, and he didn't. And like, and someone replies to them, oh yeah, well, I support Guantanamo Bay staying open because it makes you angry. And it's like, it's of all the things to like throw back at someone, or like all those tweets. There are still a couple left where it's like, oh my god, you Trumpsters think Biden is going to literally bomb the Middle East. You Trumpsters are crazy. And it's like, only took him 4 days, dude. Like, it's so. So now we've reached this point where, like, mark my words. Well, now all lesbians become trans men, and so now we can't.
And
have
no more tomboys. The tomboys are completely eradicated now.
Now we can't have the 37th rug muncher unit that just shows up and like and when they run out of ammo, they're like hand-to-hand combat is no problem for them. They're kind of the undisputed champions of domestic violence. Okay, so if it's trench fighting, they're unstoppable. But
well,
now,
you know, I mean, you mentioned rug munchers, and if we're talking about the Middle East over here, you know, just think for a second, get the magic carpet, right? Like, they can just, just like rip that carpet bit to bit.
Oh, I do not co-sign. As Ethan Ralph says, I do not co-sign and everything.
Although, to quote the very bad man via Twitch, he goes, "Forever War is exactly the sort of reason transsexuals are on display to freak you all out and distract from. They're a convenient subject of public debate because it's of little impact of power." That's right. And it's not until the 44th Strunk Feminine Venus Battalion is sent to reclaim the Spratly Island in the South China Seas to prevent China from establishing a foothold to fuck over America and our Europor, Han, wee, ein Minuten bitte, oi, blimey, idnit governor allies, and those jerk herring breath Scandinavians. Like, until the 44th Strunk Feminine Venus Battalion is a thing, the very bad man is absolutely right. And it's a way to kind of siphon discussion and energy into that, as opposed to, 17 people got turned to ground beef by a drone strike in Yemen again, you know?
Well, our Han overlords will have no problem with that. So
it reminds me in 2016, that meme going around against Hillary where it was draft our daughters, and this is like almost literally coming true now, where people are like, yeah, we gotta send the women off to war now.
Oh God.
Well, what's interesting to me though is that we're talking about, as far as these pro-military, pro-send my lesbian daughter off to war takes, these are coming from the lemmings. Let's be honest here. It would be like Triumph the Insult comic dog, when he was asked to make fun of Tom Arnold, he said it would be like pooping on poop. You know, like when it comes to when it comes to the people we're talking about here who actually fall for the propaganda, it almost feels a bit shameless. You know, it almost feels like, why are we still? We get it. You know, like, we're not going to be able to change them. We know what they are. We know what they're like. What I'm interested in more is the people behind the scenes, as far as actually sitting down with them and saying, okay, let's just forget about the woke stuff. We get it. Let's actually look at, like, why do you want to be in Syria right now? Like, can you just, like, guide us through, like, the grand chessboard over here? Let's just go grand chessboard mode and just make a case for this in the grand scheme of geopolitics. That, I think, would be an interesting thing to do, because right now, like you said, all this stuff is just obfuscation ever since Occupy Wall Street. It has been focusing on identity politics, and it's not that interesting to me. Like, I would rather just put that to the side. Let's focus on the grand chessboard geopolitics, because that part of it seems to be almost ignored by the side that goes against a lot of these woke things. It's almost like they grab it like ammo, and their position... And sure, I could even say it's the position of this conversation right now in a way, where it's like they're throwing us all of this woke stuff that's bullshit, but we're not going to, like, we're going to grab it and we're going to say, you fucks, you motherfuckers, you give us this woke stuff, yet you say nothing about this bloody war. And that's the position. So nothing is learned here, nothing is gained. It's like, you fucks distracting us, bloody war, the killing of innocents, and that's the entire conversation.
The only way you could get people to worry about, like, China on a grand scale would if you say the only thing worse than white supremacy is Han supremacy, and then you would get every single woke jerk on the planet to rally and be like, oh yeah, well, China is the least diverse country on earth. Why don't we have to teach them a lesson?
I don't know if that's gonna work. No, I see what you're saying.
We're gonna free the shit out of them.
No, I doubt it's gonna work. Pressures that are going into
but I just want to make sure. Do you see where I'm getting to here, guys? Where this woke stuff, it's very infectious. It's very infectious to talk about because everybody hates it. Everybody who's got a brain hates it. But then if the only counter argument is war is bad, war is evil, innocents die, and again, I'm completely against all of that. But if that's the only arsenal, that people who rally against a lot of this woke capital stuff have, it's not fucking enough. What would be enough is to actually have a conversation where you would be able to get somebody from that side to outline their whole strategy, their whole grand chessboard thing, and then criticize what exactly they want to accomplish based on their own words regarding that. And I'm sure people are out there who would be willing to talk about that side of it.
But the tricky thing about identity politics is how, like, all right, I'm not saying it's impossible not to discuss it, but, like, let's say if I say something like, hey, Occupy Wall Street was crippled from within because the progressive stack kind of helped put forward this whole intersectionality, identity politics, time sink that allows time and energy to be funneled into that instead of any meaningful change. That's why, like, stuff like Black Lives Matter doesn't threaten any inherent, like, power structure, so it's allowed to happen. And that's why multinationals, they tweet Black trans lives matter as Black Lives Matter loots Pride Month. All right, but in a way, you kind of, at the very least, have to mention it because identity politics replaced any and all discussion of wealth as the one true privilege.
But I think but that's what I mean. I think that's in a lot of ways the direction we're heading to, and you even see some, like, ostensibly very terrible accounts, really, like, being aware of the fact that, like, there was this one person like an ANCOM that was like, well, the way that traditional communists, the way they criticize capitalism, almost comes off as reactionary, and that's bad. And then you have people like this certain DJ who doxes people, who I'm not going to name because he'll go after me. Saying like, you know, all these people, the post-left people, they're talking like Nazis, and when you talk about woke capital, that's Nazi shit. And it's like, man. It's stuff like that. I think that in a lot of ways, the current like neoliberal order, it's almost, that's the direction, like you said, Stain, where like that's the direction it's going, where you have on the one hand this very like brutal social Darwinist type of like cutthroat capitalistic corporatism, where, you know, people are dying from, not to say that like universal healthcare, especially where I'm from, is terrible, like in the Canadian government, but like, let's say for the sake of argument, the sort of approach that America has towards the well-being of its citizens is terrible. And like this very, like on top, you have this cutthroat capitalistic system that supports like global empire war forever. But the other side, you have like a total breakdown of the social fabric that is extremely on the progressive left. But yet it's like, even still, it's that distinction is why people are scratching their brains over it. And it's only people who are willing to like look outside of the paradigm of like Fox News conservatism and like whatever, I don't know, DSA cell type of politics are, where it's a marginal benefit to whatever, where it's like, oh yeah, we're talking about, you know, healthcare for all, or it's monorail, right. But yet it's not really getting at the heart of challenging the actual power structure itself. And so I think people like us, who are kind of like on the fringes ostensibly in terms of political discourse, maybe not because I don't know, we're
no, but Gio, you're already talking about, and Stain was talking before about, well, he was using the word meaningful change, and you're talking about challenging the power structure. Yeah. I think we're missing a golden opportunity here, which BTR is not going to miss. We are definitely going to do it, and we're going to do it soon, where we actually have a chance to listen to people who would make the case for not overturning the system. Make the case, or at least not overturning it in the way that people want to. I'm very curious about their case, because we're basically saying, like, we've already made up our minds, and we're saying we need this meaningful change, we need to overthrow the cathedral, yada, yada, yada. Well, let's hear them out, because that's the one thing that has never happened before. Let's hear them out. Let's hear them out on what exactly they're planning, what exactly they want, and let them make the case for us. Let them make the case that this is a good idea, that it's for the best. I want to give him a shot.
We need Klaus Schwab on. That's who we need.
Yes. Yes. Well, no. And here's why. He's a grifter. He is somebody who is mainly concerned, from what I understand, about Klaus Schwab's brand. He likes that people are posting pictures of him in the Mortal Kombat universe. You know, like, this is somebody who is just a natural salesman of himself, and that's kind of where it ends, I think. I could be wrong. But again, it goes back to all these different Great Reset, yada, 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 all these different fucking things, where it may be much more just grift for the sake of giving money to these organizations and having people clap and, you know, just attending these fancy parties, as opposed to...
Yeah, a lot of it is grifting at the end of the day.
As opposed to people who, let's say, are more neoconservative, who do have certain plans for the future. I want to invite them on, and I want them to make their case. You are on BTR, this is the ultimate show for you, because otherwise, either you have to pretend to be woke to idiots, or otherwise you just do like rah, 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 they hate us for our freedom. No, let's cut all that bullshit out. Let's just get down into the fine grain of what exactly is the long-term vision here, and why do you think this is good for the stability of the world. Well, so, yeah.
I'd like to believe what we're discussing kind of touches on what the very bad man in Twitch had mentioned earlier. He said, becoming invested in culture war at all is for propaganda trap. You have more in common with your citizen adversaries than not. Nobody wants the wars. Nobody wants the bailouts, police states, etc. They turn our attention from it by setting us at each other's throats. And, you know, like, he makes a great point because, like, okay, for example, uh, uh, the removal of wealth as privilege sort of fosters the pedagogical equivalent of a Mobius strip, where like if you have poor whites in the Ozark Mountains, a trans club-footed Native American refugee couple living in Central Park West or Beverly Hills or Chevy Chase or the Hamptons or Martha's Vineyard is worse off than the poor whites in the Ozarks because of whiteness. And while we're on it, like, it's tricky because, like, I as much as I want to go, just don't talk about it. Like, it's kind of hard because how else do you go, excuse me, Geo, but you seem to be yelling about white nationalism. White nationalism is a nebulous term that blah, 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 like, because, like, it's because if you can't articulate it to others, how can you even articulate it to yourself and make up your mind? Or, like, if you can't articulate it to yourself, and vice versa. But the point is, like, all that's left in the public domain is culture war, and it's sad because, like, it's all like kind of like how Zero H.P. Lovecraft said, like, now because everything is online, you can post, and like, but I think having to at the very least mention such a thing can allow people to know, like, where you stand on it.
Well, it's a different. I think a lot of that probably comes from not the creation, but rather the organization of society dating back to, at least I would say, post-war, even interwar period, where you had the creation of what people like, the buzzword is like the PMCs, right, the private managerial class, where they occupy ostensibly in terms of wealth the vast majority of the country's wealth in terms of the domestic output or input is going to them, where, I mean, multinationals don't really count because they're like all over the world. But when it comes to like the people who are affluent, like within the certain range of like 100 grand to whatever society, the upper middle class, they have to then create a fiction of what is an expansion of that, like, class domination, and to say that, like, well, the PMC is complicated because in terms of identity, a lot of them are probably marginalized. And I know it's like this Bandrol bio-Leninism thing, but yet when it comes to just the raw wealth and access to resources and access to the, not just resources, but in terms of accessing the ability to influence society as a whole, they're like number one, right? But like, because they share some attributes of historically marginalized people, then it's like this weird like scrambling of what it means to even be at the bottom or at the top of society. It's like this really interesting mind game that they have to play when it comes to like, well, what about like, well, capitalism? That doesn't exist. Or it's like some kind of like half-hearted justification. But yeah.
Well, there are people out there though, like man, I am blanking out on his name right now. The Weekly Dish. Help me out here, Geo. Please, for the love of God, what is his name?
Dish?
Yeah, the Weekly Dish, Andrew Sullivan, that's it. So there are people
God,
out there,
that guy,
yes,
Andrew Sullivan.
Yes, exactly. So there are people out there like Andrew Sullivan who is against wokeness, and he's a classic liberal.
Not really though, but he like, well, whatever.
Oh, okay, no, but why not really? Why not really? I wanna find out.
Well, he's against it as far as it affects him, but like that's pretty much.
Well, yeah. What is he? Well, what is he exactly against when it comes to not him?
Well, I think like. Yeah, like he's like, again, he does this like typical move of like, well, I am a gay conservative, therefore, I have a unique access into this, and unique insight into this, and it's like, well, these woke people, they're going a bit too far, but yet when it comes down to it, like if you listen to his, what was it, I wouldn't even call it an interview, it was like really a hit piece, he did with who's the guy that talked about BAP? The guy from Claremont. Not James Lindsay. Michael Anton. He did this interview with Michael Anton in his podcast, in his Substack. And it was just like, it was basically just like trying to like corner him into like this weird thing about Trump. It was really strange, like the way he was going on about it. But it was just,
but
I don't know.
Andrew Sullivan was he talking about?
This like IDW grifterdom of like, well, no, but like how Trump is insane and he's this and that, and how can you're a professor and how can you support this? And it was really just this very catty type of denunciation. It was I don't know. It was, you had to listen to it. I remember Bap talked about it on.
So he was doing like a guilt by association type thing.
Yes, very much. The whole thing was guilt by association. That was
interesting. Yeah, I mean, again, that's not great. I mean, the whole idea should be to be able to hear people's points of views out, and sure, I mean, you should definitely challenge them if you disagree with them, but to ascribe, like, and again, I haven't listened to this thing, so I'm just like taking it from what I'm hearing right now, like, it seems that if you are saying that somebody is guilty of a thought crime by associating with somebody like Trump, then you're not exactly helping your own case here as far as as far as building a united front against the bigotry of the left.
But this is all right. A stressful factor in all of this is the immediate politicization. If I didn't pronounce that right, I'm sorry. The immediate politicization of things, where, like, for example, I remember James posted a DM from his women posting their L's account. And, like, one of them was a woman going, like, by the way, aren't you left leaning? Because immediately, like, incel is right wing, which means, like, so if a man is posting women posting their L's online, why wouldn't he be right wing? And, like, that immediate, like, necessity to label so one can move on is inherent in, like, even in the weirdest, smallest of things, like, which is what makes any discourse impossible. Like, not to beat a dead horse, but to circle back to what the very bad man said about like culture war being like a time sink of time and energy. Like, like if I go out to the town square and just start speaking, even if I just start reciting the preamble to the Constitution of the United States, before I'm halfway into it, I'm going to be shouted down and called an incel, right-wing, domestic terrorist, Russian troll, Nazi chud, just because I'm saying something. Okay, fellas, you know how, like, we've hit a day and age where, like, anyone, like, any dog shit picture with impact font text is now a meme, and anyone that disagrees with you online is a troll? Like, because the terms have been watered down so quickly, this lowest common denominator variable and factor helps exacerbate politicizing everything that doesn't have to be politicized, and it's because there's no quick fix, simple answer to all of this, which is evident. But thankfully, on platforms like this, at the very least, we could throw things against the wall without fear of reprisal, because I'm certain there are at least 17 things you can take out of context from this stream thus far that anyone can use to make anyone else out to be the worst thing in the history of anything ever. Like, of course. In fact, like, someone is clipping this stream right now so they can make Lev look like Adolf Stalin, right?
Well, I have a number of things from the ALS stream that could incriminate me. Like, I subscribed to AL OnlyFans. That was one of them.
Oh boy.
But
yeah, I haven't seen her OnlyFans actually. I mean, I'm sure it's all right. I'm sure it's
you
wholesome.
get it for free on 4chan. Don't worry about it.
Yes.
That's a pro. Don't do it though. But there apparently she's pretty popular in the chans for some reason. I don't know why. Tell you the truth, like I should have. I don't know. There were some parts where I should have been hard on her a bit more, but then for the sake of having a bigger guest on, you know what I mean? Like it's always a balance. Like there were some parts that she said which were just like I don't even know like if I should get into it. But the one part about like preventing men from killing themselves, it was like that was I don't know what to make of that, because ostensibly you're saying that the way to prevent the explosion of male suicide is if they engage in sort of like a weird parasocial relationship with cam girls, which is another form of like, I'm not going to say slavery, but like it's another form of, I guess, exploitation and sort of subjection to the whims of another person through desire. So in itself, desire becomes this tool of exploitation, and but then it's like all cool because I'm preventing these men from offing themselves. So it's like, yeah, it's really weird how, I don't know. It's, well, let's just
One comment.
But that's the creepy thing, because it's like, how is it that kind of parasocial relationship is, ooh, like you're a simp giving money. However, the entire K-pop fandom is allowed. Like, not only is it okay, but like it's even on the right side of Twitter when you log in on a browser, like they won't shut up about K-pop, and the K-pop fandom are among, like, it's okay. Every member of the K-pop fandom is going through the song "Stan" by Eminem because like they personally feel responsible for bolstering the success of someone in such an insidious, like gross, like exploitative relationship that like it compared to poor saps giving their money to some titty streamer, like it's almost like comparing vomit to shit to make vomit look better. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of strange because I listen to a few K-pop songs here and there, like Brown Eyed Girls, Exit, Twice. I like the name Twice. I think that's a pretty funny name for a K-pop group. But anyway, I don't know. I guess I just don't share this with a lot of K-pop stans. The only, like, when I listen to the songs, I imagine myself, having romantic sexual relations with these beautiful young ladies on the dance floor or whatever. So the point is that they are sexual beings, and I don't really see that side of it being represented in the K-pop stan world. It's almost like that's the last thing they would ever talk about. I'm more like, I'm imagining laying down on a tatami mat with one of them and just looking into her eyes and just like slowly, rubbing her head. I don't know what to tell you. The point is that these are pretty girls, and there's nothing wrong with that, and people don't acknowledge that aspect of it. And that's what just irritates the fuck out of me. Why aren't they talking about how hot some of these girls are? Instead, it's just, I don't know what it is. It's more of like a Yas Queen Slay energy that I'm getting from a lot of the people who seem to be in the K-pop stan world, or even like they're singing. But I see that as being second to, these are, cute girls who dance around and they look nice. So why not acknowledge that? I don't know.
I think I think they might be doing that with the male K-pop stars.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I've always wondered if there, like, remember when there was like the guy who was in charge of bringing up all these boy bands in America, like he was diddling them. Like,
yeah, well, he was the owner of a blimp as well, which is pretty funny. What was his name?
But you know who I'm talking about,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a K-pop version of that. There has to be, right?
Well, maybe they're like sold off to the highest bidders of like. When we were talking before about, and my apologies for bringing him up again, but when we were talking about Kiro the Wolf and the Zoo Crew, there was a very interesting thing there that if the agents would have paid a little bit more attention, they may have actually cracked some kind of like an international trafficking ring, because that seems to be what that dude Snake Thing was talking about in his chats. Like, they were talking about selling off these poor kids to, like, ultra-rich people. And people ignored that? Nothing more came of that? It's like, that was just mentioned and that's it? They didn't follow up on that?
Right. And I like how there were details like, I love how there were details like, oh yeah, low six figures for like a 12-year-old white kid. And it's like, how much more glaring of a red flag do you need? It's like, oh well, I mean, it's like, imagine bringing someone to like a Korean barbecue buffet table and he has no sense of smell, and you're like, hey, like pick the thing that smells the best to you. And it's like, how fucking blind did these agents have to be to miss out on like So I'm gonna talk on Discord about human trafficking for an hour and 37 minutes. Like, how the fuck do you miss that? But no, it's so Lev, are you saying that like what happens at the end of Taken, like they auction off K-pop stars like that?
Well, what I learned about South Korea from a friend of mine who's actually married to a South Korean lady is that in South Korea they put on a face, like in Japan there's a saying, put the save face, put on a face, whatever. They put on a face for the public, the whole country. The whole country puts a face on for the entire international public. And there are certain things that actually happen in Korea that they don't talk about. One is prostitution. Prostitution is very rampant. It is everywhere. You, of course, have to have money, but, that's obvious. But anyway, it's not advertised. It's not something that's shown in front. The face, no prostitution. When the mask is taken off, prostitution everywhere. You can go into, golf areas, like there's a golf area where the girl is your caddy, and then you can do whatever you want with her, on this golf course. So the whole point here is that they put on the face for the public, the international public, to pretend that these things don't happen, yet all of them know that they happen, they just don't talk about them.
Oh,
so,
but that's a tricky, kind of like, excuse me for comparing it to, well, how do you not talk about culture war stuff without how can you talk about how much of a trap it is without having to mention it in the first place? So how can you even begin to solve a problem you're not allowed to talk about? Well,
they don't see it as a problem. I mean, when it comes to prostitution itself, we have Alexander Bardon, friend of the show. He's for prostitution. And as far as people having certain moments in their life, I know, Gio, you're against this, but as far as people having certain moments in their life, if they need a Mia Hamm to be in their life, for those who don't get that Chris Chan reference, that was the lady of the night that Chris Chan...
that had the 2 kids that Chris Chan paid for services. Is that the one?
Yeah, that's the one. Yes. So, but the point is that it's been around forever, the world's oldest profession and all that. What hasn't been around forever is the cam girls, stuff like that, what we talked about with Ale about. But with prostitution, though, it has been around forever, world's oldest profession. I don't see it going away. I think that there's always going to be a bit of a black market for it. So my biggest concern, though, is, and again, you could say that, there is a blurry line between the two, but if we're talking about women who, consenting adults who choose to advertise themselves in such a way to the Johns versus people being taken against their will, that's a tricky thing. And when it comes to, let's say, somebody who wants to go through the Weinstein treatment in South Korea, somebody who wants to become a pop star, does all the training, unfortunately, maybe part of that whole thing is having to go to, the CEO of Samsung or whatever. I don't know. I mean... I don't know where exactly it ends.
You mean you have to quote entertain, end quote, a couple of men in suits chomping on cigars in a smoke-filled room on the 17th floor of a skyscraper in the middle of the day, and then when you're shoved out the building trying not to cry, hey, don't cry too hard because you have to lay down demo tracks for your next album because now you earned the right to make that album.
You have to go through the dance sequences and everything.
Right. And then, you're 0.3 kilograms above the diet, so now we're going to scorn you and make you crash diet, and you must do exercise as penance. And you know what? All those K-pop stars, there must be a quiet misery in having not only so much of one's life being choreographed, but imagine having to be on every time you're in public. I wonder who has it worse. Instagram influencers who now can't travel, or the incels of the hot girl world because all they do is spend all day online and complain. Who has it worse? Instagram influencers...
Well, they become femcells after.
or K-pop, or up-and-coming K-pop stars. I wonder who has it worse.
I love this one... about the cam girls. I love this one tweet by John Woo. Whoa, thank you so much for the $2,000. You're so sweet. Squirt for me, shorty. 55. Thank you so much. Listen, if you ever need to talk, please tweet me so I can ignore it.
John Woo, big ups to the 718 TV Hood Rat correspondent John fucking Woo. Crashing through your... John Woo crashing through your roof.
Can someone explain to me this alliance between K-pop and Black Twitter? Why is this thing real? Like, is it just Zoomers, or it seems like, I don't know. It's really strange to me why K-pop people would glom on to the Black Lives Matter thing so hard. I don't know.
I think, okay. From I can only speak from personal experience. Okay, so because Dragon Ball Z, that according to the very bad man. No, listen, black anime fans are the most powerful anime fans in the universe.
Hell yeah,
that is true.
You can't fuck with them. So like, there's a propensity for, like, in my experience, like, I went out with a couple of black women that were like really into like Korean culture, like, and to the point of like, wow, you're taking lessons beyond Rosetta Stone. You go meet a dude an hour a week and get drilled on like things you memorized from flashcards. Holy shit.
By the way, real quick, Joey Diaz, I love when he said, I think it was Joey Diaz, he said that like black people are the only ones who are allowed, when they're talking about like doing karate or kung fu, they are the only ones who are allowed to use the term the arts. I study the arts.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, John Woo chimes in, hi, real black Twitter user here, and those woke retards aren't real black Twitter. Have you ever seen Ratchet Twitter? You see?
Oh, God.
John Woo is so deep underground and undercover, he looks up and he sees Harriet Tubman, like, shoving people down an abandoned railroad track. You have no idea how deep underground John Woo is.
Oh, man. He should team up with Hotep Sophia, who we are going to have... We're going to have Hotep Sophia on the show tomorrow, which I'm really thankful for. It's been a while since we've had her on. But
we have to get... Now that we're on Twitch for these streams, Lev, we should get some Twitch streamers. We should get Destiny, we should get Hassan Piker, and we should have, like, a reverse debate where Destiny tries to debate that lowering the age of consent is a bad thing. So...
Zing! Oh, golly.
Oh, you savages. You should get Nasib Taleb on Break the Rules, so I can ask
that the
him.
color blue is real?
Well, look, we can't, I mean, look, we can't even get Lindy Man on for some reason. I mean,
nobody can get Lindy Man. Nobody can get Pascal Hassan. That's part of the thing. Justin Murphy tried his darndest, but it just didn't work.
What if he has a price? What if we pay him to go on just for the hell of it? Like, that's the only guest we're ever gonna pay to go on.
You see, Super Predator, the real news, the only news, and the very bad man reminds us reverse debate is a cool idea. Listen, like, if you heard it here first, reverse debate. Why have we not jumped on this?
Absolutely. Well, here is a link. Let me actually go on YouTube over here. I'm going to show you the link, even though Hiro was saying, like, oh, we have to, like, improve the way we do it. I think it's fine. I may make it a little bit more.
We have to, like, have a bit more of a structure, I guess.
Okay, well, we'll put in a bit of... But I'm just saying, for what it was, that was a good fucking debate. But here, I'm going to post a link to it in the BTR chat, and you will see the link to it here. Argue my position. Anarcho-capitalism versus nationalism. This was a good fucking stream, and let me post the second one as well, the Ayala stream. And by the way, everybody who's listening to this right now, subscribe to my channel here at LeftPo on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. Let me bring up the second one over here. I just too many tabs open, as always. You know me with the tabs.
Invest in love.
Invest in love. Here, I'm making NFTs. I don't know if any of my NFT bros are watching this thing right now, but let me just share with you superrare.com/superrare.co. My mistake. superrare.co/LevPolyakov. Here it is. So Hero says, I'm most concerned with the framing of the debate itself, Lev. So I'm not sure exactly what Hero means here. What do you mean, the framing of doing it in reverse? I mean, that's what the debate is. So I'm not really sure. Like, if there are things that need to be clarified, I will definitely clarify them. But I don't know. Gio, what do you think, buddy?
They could go a bit more smoothly. They could go a bit more smoother in the future. But it's just, I think getting past the initial, like, I think, like, having, like, point, then counterpoint, then like the rest of the panel has commentary for a brief amount of time, and then like getting back to it. I think that's better. Also, like if you had like a set like list of topics, like because it's the first hour, so at the most you could probably get to, I think we got to like maybe like 4 or 5 different topics with the Ayala one. So I think like that could be a good strategy. Although I don't know, I kind of like hate debates in general, but for the purpose of like something that's interesting, I like it. But it's just like, yeah, it's just what did Hero say? You had a fascist painted period nationalist. You had a guy that doesn't believe in the rights participate in debate about rights.
But here's here's the thing. Like the one of the problems with one of the problems it's a benefit to some, a problem to others, I'd argue. And where like in a public setting, like let's say Gio and I are like 1v1ing and we're both standing behind podiums, okay? We got to make an argument or a case, all right?
In Rust, yeah.
Right. So Final Destination, no items, no time limit, box only. Like if Gio could just make the audience laugh and make me look like an idiot, he doesn't even have to make any points. He doesn't even have to defend.
Exactly.
Like he doesn't even have to defend his positions. Like let's say I'm all like, you know, love is blind, blah 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 blah, and then Gio is like, yeah, like, you know, love is blind and race is a social construct until your mixed race child dies on a waiting list for bone marrow or an organ transplant, and immediately the crowd is going to be like, gasp. And like even if I'm able to argue my way out of that like grave that has now been dug for me, every time Gio opens his mouth and gets a laugh, there's just more dirt I gotta claw out of. So like debates can be tricky because like listen, like Twitter is great for people who wouldn't have the balls to even say such things aloud to another person. So like
Yeah.
which is why like I'm not trying to say that like, you know, all philosophers are people who'd be too scared to say that out loud, but like philosophy's kind of like martial arts for like weaklings, kinda. Like, and excuse me, listen, not all philosophy, but
hashtag not all philosophers.
hashtag. However,
not all philosophers are people. I thought you said that for a brief second.
Hello, I want to put that on a shirt. However, like most philosophy, like listen, like has philosophy helped someone like keep the lights on and feed their family? Like unless they're
theoretically, if we're talking about like Aristotle being the
people with their lights on.
Well, Aristotle was the teacher of Alexander the Great. Now, I'm not saying that turned out great. I don't know, maybe it did for that time, Hellenism and all that. But you could say that may have played a role in the spread and the actual ideas of Hellenism proper. The fact that he had tutelage from Aristotle back in the day. So in that sense, who knows? Maybe that did end up saving some people or hurting some people, depending on, you know, which one it is. But it may have made some impact there.
Oh, you know, you're not wrong. And let us give credit where credit is due. Socrates was history's first documented troll, all right? And even though he fought for Athens in 3 separate wars, at the age of 70, he was sentenced to death for corrupting the youth and not believing in the pantheon of Greece, because in his trial, he famously said, I am guided by an inner monologue that has dictated what I should do all my life. And, you know, Socrates... the Socratic method was, like, to this day is one of the most effective ways of making people cry, because like most things people believe in 20 questions or less, it breaks down into I don't know. Like, what do you believe in? Blank. How did you reach that conclusion? Blank. What led you to that? Blank. What is the significance of that? Blank. And like, most things break down in 20 questions or less. Eventually, like, even if I were to press like Gio or Gravantis for their like religious belief, they know what they're talking about and they have good heads on their shoulders, but they're gonna get to like question 14 and be like, I don't know, that's what I believe. Like there comes a point where even if you're in the right, like just 20 questions or less. So Socrates, all right, like we got to give credit where credit is due. The ancient Greek Malakas, they figured it out pretty early on, all right? And let it be known, Malaka is a term in Greek where among Greeks, it is a term of endearment. But if you say Malaka to a stranger, someone's pulling a knife out. Like it just don't.
It sounds like a curse word.
Oh, yes. It roughly equates to jerk off, which is like malakia is to jerk off. Or like if you're British, it translates to wank.
Oh, by the way, I just remembered that you said that you were part Greek, right?
Yes.
I gotta introduce you to that certain Canadian person from a certain naked news program back in 2006.
Well,
look her up. In fact, while we're doing this, look up Alex Panto's nude. Just look that up right now. Alex Pantos.
Lev has the full docs and everything.
Oh boy.
It's not a docs. It's on IMDb. You can see her real name.
Oh my god.
Well,
I could probably be Greek because my mother's side, that part of Calabria was colonized by the Greeks, and I've been told I have a lot of Greek features. So maybe, who knows?
There we go. Maybe it's about time Geo colonizes a certain Greek island.
Hey, listen. If Geo, listen, Sicily used to be an ancient Greek colony, Syracuse.
That's right, yeah.
And Syracuse in ancient Greek roughly translates to the land of sun and figs. Which the crazy thing about Sicily is how like there are still sections of the country where they speak Greek and they have Greek last names, and the fucking country has Greek ruins. But the weird part about Sicily is how like they're a separate breed of people than Italians, all right?
Yeah, they are. They're very much, and in Italy, they're treated as such too.
Oh yeah, dude. In Italy, in the Italian dub of The Simpsons, they give groundskeeper Willie a Sicilian accent to denote that he's like a backwoods. No, because
wow.
It's amazing how dude, like the House of Bourbon fought over Sicily, the ancient Greeks, the Moors, the Italians, and because of centuries after centuries of like bloodshed and omerta, like then before you know it, to this day there are people still getting shot over parking spaces in Palermo. All Sicilians care about is getting even and food, all right? Like they're made of something else. They're like, only the Sicilians can make la cosa nostra out of the agony. And like this is one story of how the mafia started in ancient, in the old dialect, mafia meant my daughter, because the Moors showed up and decided if she's old enough to bleed, she's ours. So the mafia is a perfect example of when you leave people to their own devices to make things right, it's gonna get bloody. So now you have all these like Dagos in tracksuits knifing Moors in their sleep.
That's interesting because it reminds me a bit of when there was that succession dispute within the world of Islam, where you had the people who were following Ali and the people who were following Abu Bakr. Eventually, that separated into the
Shia Sunni, right?
Yes, but it also separated into two dynasties: the Abbasid dynasty, which was Sunni, and the Fatimid dynasty, which was Shia. And Fatimid was named after Fatima, who was the daughter of the Prophet Muhammad, who was also married to Ali, who was, the main successor for the Shia. But the other interesting thing here is that supposedly, and this is kind of a controversial thing, in the Bukhari, which is one of the hadiths, it's one of the accompanying texts of the life of Muhammad, the sayings of Muhammad, and there is a passage in a Bukhari which talks about how, and this is a very controversial thing in Islam still to this day, that Omar, who was the successor after Abu Bakr, that he supposedly burned down the house in order to catch Ali that Fatima was in, while Fatima was carrying the child of Ali. And supposedly he burned that house down with her in it. So you can imagine that would then translate to this blood feud that goes on, till now, still going on, where at a certain point in the Middle Ages you would have two competing dynasties, and the Abbasids had black flags, just like a black flag. That was their symbol. And the Fatimids had a white flag. So it was like their version of the Crips versus the Bloods, but like black and white. So I just find the whole thing to be very interesting, and who knows what happened back then? But like that would be the ammunition that the people on the Shia side would use against the Sunni.
It's almost like a theological Hatfields and McCoys.
Yeah.
And it's so like I'm not saying it's impossible to unpack, but like even in 5 minutes or less on Twitter, you could easily find like Shias calling Sunnis the worst thing in the history of ever, and then like Sunnis making Shia out to be like less than human, and it's, you know what, I think, okay, say what about Christopher
Chan?
Hitchin, but he once said Islam never had a renaissance, and boy does it. He was like, Islam never had a renaissance, and boy does it show. Like, and you know what? Like, he's not wrong, because like I'm not saying the Renaissance fixed everything for Christianity, but like it did bring about things that were sort of buried into the foundation of the next thing that was built. However, like this blood feud is the cornerstone of both beliefs. Like, so there was never any creation or working towards of something new to provide a new cornerstone. Does that make sense?
Well, it's interesting there, too, that according to Jason Reza Jorjani, there was an Islamic Renaissance, but he doesn't say Islamic, he says Iranian. There was an Iranian Renaissance in Iran during, like, right after the time that Islam took charge, but he attributes that, I mean, talk about controversial, I mean, he believes that Islam was a psyop, and that it was created...
that it was, like, a creation of...
the upper class dynasty of Iran from the previous dynasty.
It was like a mediated sort of like worship of Ahura Mazda, but then like it got mistranslated or something, or it was a
no, not Ahura Mazda. No, it was Mithraism. So Jason Jorjani's whole thing is about Mithraism, and it's interesting because if we're talking about Mithraism, what I think we're really talking about here is Lucifer, Lightbringer, the sun god, call him whatever you want, and the forms that he takes in the procession of the equinoxes. That, I think, is really the secret of Mithraism. Because this is something that you could say goes on era upon era upon era, where, for example, that painting, or that a sculpture, rather, of Mithra knifing the bull, that's supposed to represent going from the age of Taurus into the age of Aries. And then people would talk about like the Jesus fish symbol, that would be like the age of Pisces, and now we're moving into Aquarius. I'm not really sure what would be the next representation. But Jorjani's whole idea of what exactly Mithraism is supposed to be is it's supposed to be this rebellion against stale order, where because the earth is tilted and it goes through the procession of the equinoxes, that procession of the equinoxes, which is about like the great years, Plato said, it's about 26,000 years. So that procession of the equinoxes gives a chance for humanity to keep rebelling against whatever like order, the cycles of birth and death and all that stuff, whatever order tries to like stifle it into just doing things its way. And that rebellion is something that ends up creating creativity. And another interesting thing is, number one, the destruction of the golden calf, again, the destruction of the age of Taurus, in the Bible. And another thing would be even the name Israel, to fight with God. That's what wrestling, wrestling with the angel, wrestling with God. So in a way, it means that there should be some kind of pressure applied to human beings that we have to fight against. Thus, that's how creativity gets formed. It doesn't just get formed from being in a fucking furry hug box, which is why I think we're seeing a lot of, nice
but they do have creative fursuits, though. Oh, no, actually, they don't. It's all the same stuff. But
now, if they had a creative fursuit, what they would do is they would create what the Timoneric people did, which was the poop tube. I don't know, Stained. Are you familiar with? Your name is Stained Haynes, so obviously I think there's got to be some some resonance here when it comes to Timoneric products.
Well, anyways, I gotta go, fellas. So I'll see you around. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys.
It has been a great pleasure talking to you too. Absolutely, Geo. And before you go, my brother, and I am going to be finishing up soon, but I actually wanted to transition. Like, I was working on this guy, and I'm going to save him right now. Let's see, I'm going to call him. Because, look, I was overly ambitious when I started this fucking thing. Really, what I should have done is I should have said, fuck you to the vector tool, because the vector tool is actually not that great. It's very difficult to operate, but this, like, you see the lines, like the strokes that I'm doing here, like, they're very easy. They're very easy to draw over here. So, you know, this is almost like calligraphy.
Don't most digital artists, don't they use Procreate, or what do they use?
Oh, I don't know what they use. I just use this over here.
I use Procreate, bro. Like, that's the easiest. I think Matthew used Procreate. I have to ask him. He's using an iPad, but you're like doing. You must have a tablet, right? Like
I have a fucking Cintiq, just gigantic motherfucker right over here.
But like you can see what you're drawing too, because that's
yeah.
Obviously has the best.
Hold on. Let me see if I can move the camera down to show you what is Oh wait, no, I don't want to show my underwear. Hold on.
Oh, no, don't worry about it then. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Next time. Next time, I'm going to show you what's crack-a-lackin' here. But guys, follow Giant Geo on Twitter and your YouTube channel. Let me
Giant
load that
Productions.
Up. Yes, here we go.
I will have a video soon. I just have to edit the audio, where it's like another one where it's like a painting video, but I talk over it, sort of like, you know how Leafy does like the CS:GO streaming, and then like has the video over. And so it's kind of like that. It's going to be about a recent. Just like me, I'm riffing off an excerpt from this Adam Laren interview he did with his website, his Substack. It's called Safety Propaganda. He's interviewing this great contemporary artist, McKevin. I forget his name, but you'll see. It's like literally just one paragraph, but it's so meaningful to me as a painter. So I'm going to talk about that. And that's my next video. And of course, I always have painting videos on the way. I have to edit. It's just the time to edit a bunch of stuff. I'm always capturing stuff. And also I think I'm just going to have I have a video online. I captured the footage where I'm it's springtime. We replenish our because we have a wood fireplace. We replenish our stock. So it's me like using the wood splitter for like 20 minutes or something. It's like one of these bushcrafting footage things. So if people like
splitter,
it, hey,
that's a good nickname, you know, wood splitter.
Wood split, yeah, that could be like
splitter.
It could be like a finishing move.
Well, I was thinking of something else, but sure.
Geo, when you have a full meter, double fireball on all 3 punch buttons, that's the wood splitter.
There you go.
Listen, ladies, gentlemen, jerks, and germs, follow Giant Geo on Twitter and follow
Stan
him.
Haynes on Twitter and follow Gravantis as well.
And find him out on YouTube. He's got bands, he's got arts, and he has a nasty habit of making good points. So seek him out.
Thank you very much, kind sir. So
and where can we? Oh, and I think Conscious Moss. She may be coming in. I'm not sure. I'm gonna see what's going on with her, and definitely legit. He is busy right now as well, but we are gonna have a definitely legit magnet for a Break the Rules coming up really soon. It is unfortunately gonna be in profile view, not the full head, but still, it's a beautiful profile view, and I cannot wait to share it with everybody. And here we have over here Stained Haynes. 718, and can you say a little bit about what 718 TV is? Because I've been seeing people advertising it everywhere.
Oh, absolutely. So 718 TV is basically public access television in the 21st century. To be perfectly honest with you, it all started with a friend of mine and I wanting to make content we wish we could go elsewhere and watch, but we can't. So we make it ourselves. And it started out as, for lack of a better term, just like shit posts in motion via video. But then it sort of helped go hand in hand with with a couple of other things, like a Super Predator. It ended up leading to Monoxis, who's my buddy, who I make content with on 718 TV. You could find him on Twitch. We stream on Saturdays and on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. So basically, for lack of a better term, Lev, are you familiar at all with Terrence McKenna?
What is that a real question?
Yeah. Okay. So
we had his fucking brother on our show.
So you know how Terrence McKenna has that line where he talks about don't read magazines, don't consume NPR, don't watch Oprah, do not consume the culture manufactured from the bones of a dying world. Go out and make your own road show. All right. So like Comtown is probably the best example of this. People went out and made their own road show, and it resonated enough that like just it Nick Mullen is the only comedian to survive the 2010s. So going out and making your own roadshow, like if it now, to quote Zero HP Lovecraft, now that you're online and we're all permanently connected to this global marketing algorithm driven mind control surveillance grid, all we can do is post. So 718 TV is an example of that, because in all due respect, like if we could do it, what's everyone else's excuse? Like
that's the same thing that I said with Break the Rules. You know, like we started off just 300 subscribers back in May, and now we are, heading into our 4,000 soon. And this was such an amazing process of bringing together all these people from the internet, because people love to talk, people have a lot of things to share, but I still think that there are a lot of these, everybody's a fucking echo chamber. Break the Rules is an echo chamber. Everything is its own echo chamber, but in a way, what we're trying to do is fight that as much as possible just to pop some of those bubbles. And have you been seeing similar things happening from your side as well, like speaking to people who, you have fun with, but you may not necessarily agree with, or has been a lot more of like people who you vibe with and keep it more like that?
Well, I've been really fortunate that, honestly, let me give you an example. Every time on Twitter, someone DMs me, "Hey, thanks for the follow back. Nothing but good things have happened from that." I don't know why, but whenever someone DMs me going, "Thanks for the follow back," like that's how we found one of our video editors. That's how we found someone that we've collaborated with on Super Predator. And by the way, everyone watching at home, I hope you are not on a phone, because the website is not mobile friendly. But go to superpredator.zone, all right? Do yourself a favor, and you can't hold it against me, whatever it is you find, okay? So I've found that, on one hand, a majority of the interactions I've had on Twitter and uploading stuff and making buddies and vibing with people is that it's led to collaborations, and it's sort of, hell, it's been serendipitous. Twitter is how I found James. It's why I'm here this evening. It's like if okay, Lev, I'm first generation American, and you might understand this. And where, like, how when someone speaks English as a second language, if there is weight and there is substance behind what they're saying, it outweighs semantics.
Yeah.
Like, right. Okay, so like even like from like Northern Ireland to Indonesia to the hood, there are people who are like, "Hey, I like what you do." And like, for example, John Woo in chat right now, he is our 718 TV hood correspondent.
Yeah.
So listen, from rich kids to the Hamptons to people slinging dope on the corner of 179th and Jamaica Avenue, and everyone else in between, there tends to be people who are like, "Hey, I like what you do." I will say the luchador mask is part of the appeal, but what do I know? Because it's like semi-anonymity. However, I would say once in a while I do get an interaction where it's like, it's not like out the gate, "Fuck you, you're wrong." But like, all right, thankfully they're civil enough to be like, "Hey, like what you said I don't agree with." And then 45 minutes later, it's like, well, let's agree to disagree. But then it's like, this person has a good head on their shoulders. They make good points. And maybe I'm a sucker where, like, if you could make me laugh, listen, if anyone makes you laugh, you're more receptive to listen to what they say.
Definitely.
So like, even if like, and listen, even if it's like even if I'm talking to a flat earth creationist, if they got bants, I'll listen to them. Like, and because, you can't, it would be remiss to immediately dismiss someone just because of what they believe in.
Well, it's like that black preacher from that public access TV show, The Spirit of Truth. I don't know if you ever saw that on YouTube. Reverend X, as he was called.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that guy?
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about how he was God, and when this lady called him, like, she didn't even have that much of a chance to say something. She just, like, said half a second, and it was like, shut that bitch off. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts, you know? And he was just, like, going off at her, so, you know, with such conviction that he was right. And I think that is where the word based comes from, regardless of whether or not you are somebody who is, you know, talking nonsense or not. The fact that you are so, you know, based, as in you are grounded in this certain belief that you have that nothing can shake you, you're like a fucking rock, that there is something to that that people respect in the world where a lot of people are very quick to, you know, step and let somebody else pass who may not even deserve to pass them that way. But it's all because, you know, people try and make themselves like a fucking doormat for a lot of people. I mean, I think there's a balance. You know, you could treat people with respect, but there has to be certain things that you just don't let people step over, or else I think people will end up stepping over and more and more and more, especially with the apologizing for, you know, to the social justice warriors. You know, like Vox Day said, SJW's lie, you know, in that book, never apologize. And I haven't read all his stuff to know whether I agree or disagree with the guy himself, but that part of it, I think, it does resonate a lot, because people see that as weakness when you would just kowtow and apologize for, you know, saying the wrong thing, using the wrong word. And it doesn't mean that you can say, you know, that I don't, you know, I wouldn't say it today, like, you know, this is not something that appeals to me as much. At the same time, you know, back then, this was something that you were thinking was the right move to do. You did it with confidence, and as long as you came from a good place, you know, people should stand up for that. And this whole moving of the goalpost, I don't think people who are in positions that are secure right now are going to be able to survive that shit if it keeps going the way it is. Eventually, it's going to come for them, and what are they going to do? Are they going to apologize again? And then what? You know, like, where does this end?
You know, just real quickly, I remember I was hanging out with James, and I asked him what it was like to be doxxed because of the account that he has. And I remember he took it really lightly, and I remember he told me, "You're not canceled unless you let them cancel." And but it's all too easy to cave into that pressure to, like, I'm sorry, get off my back. I mean, like, this circles back to the confidence you were speaking about, and where, like, listen, like, this guy is so invested in what he's talking about, even if it's on public access, you're gonna get, like, an audience if you speak with, even if you're, Lev, even if I were to speak with conviction that fire is wet, the moon is made of cheese, and Serbia is ran by a bovarchy, okay? If I'm saying this with the utmost
Wait, what's a bovarchy? Is that like a monarchy made out of cows?
Yes, it is.
There we go. Got it right out the gate.
It's basically the hidden cow level from Diablo 2, but running a country. So if I were to say such things with absolute dead-eyed conviction, like, people are more inclined to take me seriously. But that kind of confidence and conviction is necessary when, like, we're going to cancel you and call you an ist who harbors an ism, possibly a phobia. Like, and then here's the tricky part, because you said, like, kowtowing to that will facilitate people walking all over you. And like, even if you take it a step back, like, you know that term kindness being mistaken as weakness? Well, patience can be mistaken as kindness, and in turn be mistaken as weakness. You know what I mean? Like, so it's really it's an unfortunately tragic dynamic where, like, the intuitive thing is, I'm sorry, please get off my back, I made a mistake, because you want this to be over ASAP, right?
Yeah.
However, like, the counterintuitive, no, stand your ground and let people send you death threats for 3 months, because eventually they're going to move on to another topic, you know? Eventually they're going to move on to someone else who, like, this lady who's verified, she said, I made pad thai, I didn't put my cat in it. That was a tweet from 2013. We have to go after her now, you know? So, but no, there's, I think such steadfast conviction is like lacking generally, and anyone who has it in any domain, it only serves to benefit them, even if they're insane right side of history people, or even if they're, what's the best way to put this, even if they're insane religious bigots. Like, it's that confidence that attracts a crowd and gives you ears. And let's be honest, Lev, all right? If a titty streamer didn't have confidence, she wouldn't be a successful titty streamer, now would she? Like, that confidence and that conviction, it's very... Oh, hang on. John Woo chimed in, and he goes, in his little b was the true based God, but people skewed it. Words mean things, but now it's on the same level as the word epic. In his book, he details that based means something the best you can be. Not sure what it means now. It has changed so much. It's worth a read if you can find a copy.
Wait, isn't Little B the guy who I always see on Twitter who has like millions of followers but not really that much interaction?
Yes. Yeah, that is that is exactly what I'm talking about. But no, here's, to circle back to what you had mentioned as to how Break the Rules sort of like exploded, for lack of a better term. One thing I would argue is like, all right, like consistency is key. All right. On the other hand, if you didn't, okay, this is gonna sound corny, but like, have you ever seen the movie Nightcrawler?
It sounds so familiar. I'm not gonna bullshit you and say I did, but
it's with Jake Gyllenhaal. Like, the point is, it's like there are a number of interpretations you can give that movie, but like the most important one that I took away from is the main character believed in himself when no one else did. All right, so like it starts and ends with the self, because Lev, you believed in yourself, and you had zero. What's the word I'm looking for? Like, there were things you could only learn in the saddle, you know? Sometimes there are days where you have to resign to yourself and go, I guess we have to make better mistakes tomorrow, you know? And of course, like, you probably know this better than I do because of the multitude of people you've had on your show, and like, haven't you ever had instances where like, oh man, I can't wait to get like so-and-so on the show, and like the desire to collaborate is because like either you think they're a cool person, or you like the content they make, but like sometimes it's one or the other and not both. Or like, hey, you're great on the show, but like you yell at me at DMs and you come off as neurotic, and I just want to make nice. Please stop calling me that. No, I won't give you my number. I'm sorry I didn't answer your DM in 4 minutes. This doesn't mean I hate you. Like, so there, in spite of all these things, Lev, you believed in you, and now you're here. So like, did you expect yourself making an art stream at any point down the road when you started?
Well, the art stream, yes, because I originally planned to do an art stream way back in the day, and I did a few experiments here and there, but I went to SVA originally. I went to class of 2009. One of the people in my class is the, and again, like, I want to give her much respect, as I always do when I bring her up, because I think she is an amazing draftsman. Just like the quality of her art, I think is really well done. Like, she did not need to even go to SVA as far as I'm concerned. She was already good. But I'm talking about Rebecca Sugar. She was a classmate of mine in SVA. For those who don't know her, she created Steven Universe.
Yeah, she created Tony Galaxy and the Bisexual Precious Stone Wine-Ons. That show.
I didn't. Oh yeah. Yes. But it's very interesting where after I graduated School of Visual Arts, I sort of, I did animation-related things, not so much on YouTube. And I saw that these movements were starting to catch up. At that time, I was more of like a film snob. Like, I was going to film festivals, putting my films in there. A lot of them ended up at a lot of, you know, really high quality film festivals. Like, I was at the Palm Beach Film Festival, Woodstock Film Festival, Nantucket Film Festival. That one was really fancy. Some of the Kennedys were there. That was pretty cool. But anyway, after that whole thing, when it came to actually putting stuff out there, I got onto YouTube when animation was already kind of like fading. So you would either do like video game parodies or guest grumps, things of that nature. That result in people getting views. But I also find that it doesn't translate as much. Like, you have you and the animation audience, and they may follow you to other things. But as far as building something more than that, something that could actually become... I mean, look, I know there's a lot of motherfuckers out there that say, like, we're building a movement, you know, like Sargon the Bakata, you know, people like that, you know, but at the same time, I do like the fact that we were able to build up people who like talking with each other, who like hanging out on our Discord, who are hanging out right over here, like in the chat window, and then BTR chat on Discord. And the fact that they're able to speak with each other and learn new things about each other, that's such a fucking blessing to me. But the point is that this is something that happens when you don't just sit down and just do something yourself, but you're able to engage with other people and learn from them and learn what they're all about, and hopefully they can learn from you too. And you know, just doing animations by itself, I don't think it would prompt that. But also, on the other hand, I think that because I was able to build a BTR right now to the level that it is currently, and it's still gonna, you know, it's still growing and growing and growing, is that it's going to be able to result in me creating for myself, and this is very selfish, but hopefully it's not just going to be for me, it's going to be for other people too, creating a renaissance of actual artistic expression. Like, this guy, I know that he is, you know, he's a strange looking fellow over here with this bushy mustache, but when I look at his eyes, when I look at his expression, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm not gonna say, like, oh, it's like so-so. I know it's not fucking, you know, Tumblr, anime, drawing, whatever. I know what this is, but at the same time, he's got fucking soul. And soul is what I want to deliver back into the world, where I take a look at a lot of animations, a lot of, like, these things that have fomented since Rebecca Sugar, and again, much respect for her artistic ability, for her drawing ability. The things that have fomented, I think, have resulted in not only empty, but also very much filled with fear mentalities that a lot of people have, where they put, let's say, their gender, their pronouns, these things to the fore, because there's nothing in the back of that. There's nothing else that they can bring to the table that is of interest, something that speaks to some higher truth.
Right, and that, because they've resigned to wearing their identity on their sleeve, and because they've resigned their identity being boiled down to boxes you could check off, it's like thousands of volumes wide, but one volume deep. You know, like you mentioned, there's nothing behind it. There's nothing that could prop it up on its own merit. But I think one thing that being involved with 718 TV and Super Predator has been, like, really unexpected is how, like, before you know it, you come into contact with people who you're either on the same frequency, or you might reach out to them and be like, hey, I got zero skill in Photoshop. Can you do this for me? And they're like, yeah, man. And then they knock it out the park. And before you know it, you're like, everyone, like, go find this dude. He knows what his deal is. And like a rising tide raises all ships, you know? Like, before you know it, you're collaborating with people. And, like, honestly, dude, like if it wasn't for Frank Hassel, every time I helped him with a video with, like, writing, and it only happened twice, but, like, every time that happened, he would be like, follow this man. And then the second time that happened, now, hey, thanks for the follow back. And then 1 hour later, I'm arguing with some guy about, do this in Photoshop, I want it this way. And then 1 week after that, like, I'm giving him stuff to use in a video of his. And then 1 month after that, he's editing my video. And then a month after that, I'm yelling into my phone in Spanish for, like, a fake voicemail he's going to put into his video. And that's just one out of, you know, like, and real quickly, like, I'd like to tell a story, and I will give the floor to Gravantis so he could discuss art theft, Iranian theocratics, discuss the finer points of the Quran and the Hadiths that have been unfolding in chat. And again, just like you mentioned, Lev, like even in chat, there's a like whenever my friend and I stream, like chat is half the fun because it's only my friend and I, you know. So like
Well, we have a word for now. It's called BTR chat respecters. That's what they call people who come on the stream. Because keep in mind, by the way, keep in mind, Stain, that the people who come on BTR, there's like half of them, maybe a little bit less than half, but maybe half of them are people who are just like complete strangers to this world. They are people like one person who used to work for, she was a host for NPR. We have other people who are reporters who work in the media, other people who are, just like in very mainstream industries.
Right.
And I know them personally because I also, one of the other things that I do is I run the Art and Technology Committee at the National Arts Club in Gramercy Park in New York City. And this is why I'm also able to meet a lot of interesting people who are within the New York City socialites crowd, people who are, going to Burning Man all the time, people of that ilk, and I bring them on and see what happens then, because that is like the ultimate connection, as far as having people who are so diverted. Like, they would never spend any time on 4chan. Some of them don't even know what 4chan is. Well, they do now. So that's what I'm saying.
Right, but it is all right. For starters, big ups and shout outs to chat. Because honestly, like it's chat is it helps bridge the gap between something like this simply being internet public access TV. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just want to but that whole like meeting people and then hey, this guy's a good guy, and then before you know it, like a homie of yours is on another one of your homies' streams. You know what I mean? So like, long story short, once upon a time, the editor-in-chief of Encyclopedia.zone is a man named Don Jolly, and before he moved back to Texas. He was he attended like a Epstein Truth Movement meetup, and over there is where he met James, MK Ultra Money, the man behind Bad Filmcast. All right, so before he left, he was like, "Hey, I'm gonna hang out with a buddy of mine. He's gonna play Drunk Mario Party. You want to come with?" I'm like, "Sure." So I come by, I hang out, have a great time. A couple months later, my phone breaks. I got a new phone, and unfortunately, I lose James's number. Okay. Time goes by, and he gets doxxed because someone with an axe to grind, because of the women posting their L's online account.
Yeah.
Someone with an axe to grind doxxed it, and when he got doxxed, I had a flashback, and I was like, "That's the fucking. Are you kidding me? That's Drunk Mario Party, dude." And so I remember when we were hanging out, he was going through his mail and he got his paycheck and he got shortchanged $1,000 because of an accounting error. And I remember he went, $1,000, with just the utmost anger and indignation I've heard. It was like immigrant rage, okay, Lev? It was like immigrant rage. So I see him, and I just, in the corner of my mind, $1,000. So then I DM him with $1,000 in all caps, and it immediately clicked, and now I'm here. So, such interactions and people that you vibe with, where they're on the same wavelength, or honestly, dude, even if it's like, oh, hey man, your stuff doesn't suck. Oh, thanks, dude. Now, you know what I mean? Such things facilitate, it's, opportunities present themselves, and then, to quote Sun Tzu, opportunities multiply when you seize them. And even if that opportunity is like Drunk Mario Party, and he's like, hey, you want to be in LEVSTREAM? Okay. And I'm not going to lie, dude, I was a little nervous because I'm an uncultured slob and don't know anything about art. And I was going to be like, hey, let's talk about art theft. That's something I know about. That's kind of cool. No, seriously, I was like, the fucking Mark Rothko rectangles, they move after a while if you stare at them, dude. And then you're like, okay, that's nice. Go back to the fucking barn. And then you and Gio resume discussing art theory and shit. But no, man, this is a testament to that. And it's like a fractal. of wheat separating itself from chaff. Like, does that make sense? Like,
absolutely.
A fractal of cream rising from the crop. So,
I mean, it's a fucking blessing. I don't even know how else to say it. And it feels bittersweet though that this happened. With COVID-19 and all the lockdown, all this bullshit that people have to live through. But it is something that, since this is happening right now, it does make a lot of sense to try and unite a lot of people together and talk and meet up and do all this stuff. And when you're saying cream rises to the top, a lot of this does start to feel automatic at a certain point where, like, I've always said that I believe that, and I say it kind of half-jokingly, that I have the mandate of heaven, where it feels like certain things have happened that have led me to where I am right now, even from a young age. Like, I was not supposed to live. Like, I died. No, I didn't die, but I was so close to dying. But the one thing that saved me was a very simple European antibiotic, which we were able to smuggle in because Russia didn't have those. So if you don't know, by the way, I'm originally from St. Petersburg, Russia. That's where I was born. And
well, I didn't want to assume, and I didn't want to be like, listen here, you commie spy, sleep yourself. No. But I kind of figured out, because like, you speak with a slight accent.
Yeah, I know.
No. But like, it's because you're like, listen, like, you're an immigrant and you're the child of immigrants. So like, it kind of takes one to know one.
And I'm also Russian Jew, which is another interesting, combination when you consider a lot of the conversations that go on in places like 4chan. And I was speaking to Sonny, and I would love for Sonny to come back. I mean, he's doing school right now. I don't know if you know Sonny. Like, he was part of the whole Kalyak thing. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yes.
So it's a very interesting thing that a lot of these folks, they warmed up to me from the start. Almost like I was just there and I was talking with them. And I do think that a lot of it is kind of like a Daryl Davis situation. And I'm not saying that they're KKK, but I'm just saying like that they had very extreme views when it comes to how they see the Jewish people. And usually they would say like, oh, like by the Jews, like we actually just mean the elites. Like we don't mean whatever. The point is that I think that a lot of people, and people have told me this in private as well, that they never even met any Jews. And they do get a lot of this impression that they have of what Jews are from a lot of things that occur on, a lot of these fucking, I don't even know what the right word is to call them, but they're horrible, horrible people.
Oh, if you're only getting your worldview from Pole, like, your perspective of things will be so warped. But here's the thing. A friend of mine has a brother who married a woman from like a town of 300 people in Nebraska. All right. And the family came to New York City, all right, to visit. And hi, this is where my husband's family's from, yada, yada, yada. And I remember she told me this story where like you said, they never met a Jew in person before. And like, they how do I put this? Like, number one, they were astounded that, like, oh, you don't look like the stereotypes, all right? Number two, and I quote, honey, they're not all like Woody Allen. Like they said things that, like, if you heard it out loud, you would stop and do a double take, Like, and here's the thing. They said things that are relatively tame compared to, like, oh, I didn't see a horn and a tail. I didn't know you were Jewish.
That's what they said in Russia, by the way. No, I'm completely serious about this. When my father, who was a Russian, Russian, Ukrainian stock origin, whatever you want to say, when he was going to marry my mother, he had to get permission from his father so they can get the marriage, so they can get out of the country. Because that was the whole thing. Like, we didn't want to stay in fucking Russia. It was falling apart, and, it was not a great place. So we wanted to get out of there. But the only way to do that was to go to my father's village. And he was like a drunkard, and he had to be told that my mom was not a Jew, she was a gypsy. And I think she also has a little bit of gypsy blood in her, I'm not sure. But anyway... they had to say that, or gypsy, or I don't know, Indian. I don't remember exactly what they said, but the women there, they did think that Jewish people had horns. Literally, they literally had horns, and they were following my mom everywhere, and like they wanted to like. Some of them wanted to even murder her because they thought that she was like going to steal one of their men or something like that.
No, right. I remember like there's a small community of Jewish people in Greece. All right, and I remember my father told me that he heard things growing up like, oh no, never double cross a Jew or unless your luck is cursed for life. You know, like the Sheeny curse, and like even like. To hear such a thing from like, oh, when I was growing up, I heard this, and to realize it's like you're only one generation removed from this, you know, and like it's, however, you know, like I was mentioning before, like if someone speaks English as a second language, if there is substance behind what they're saying, like it outweighs semantics. And by the way, I like how someone in chat was like. This dude you draw has 2 horns.
Are these horns? They look like ears. I thought they were just like bumps. They're like
camel
humps.
Lev is making art for Stormfront. This is what would Mama Polyakov think of you? All right, come on.
By the way, another interesting thing related to that is that when it comes to the kind of stuff, I think. The real matrix breaker for the people who still have this certain impression of Jews that they get from reading, you know, like an article on Poll where they mention, what's her name, Barbara Specter. I don't even know if this woman exists. I tried looking up her husband. I mean, I'm sure maybe she exists, but the point is that they put all these strange examples of Jewish people who say like, oh, it would be so wonderful if there were less white people in the world and yada, yada, yada. And it's like, these people are fucking idiots who are writing this kind of stuff. And they are leftists, and they are completely against humanity in general if they are advocating for somebody for there to be less of somebody. You know, the whole thing is completely ridiculous. And whenever I go on and I advocate for, you know, more people having like strong family connections and how family is important and all that stuff, they're like, you know, I think that there does come a certain moment where it's like, wait a minute, but he's Jewish. Why is he saying that? You know?
Right. And then you get these really weird moments where it was like, oh, well, I mean, Bobby Fischer's Jewish, but he was a based Jew. He's our Jew.
Yeah,
and
one
it's
of
like,
ours.
Right, and it's like they have to put this pretext to allow themselves to like come to terms with it. Does that make sense? Like they have to frame it in a way so it's like, oh yeah, even everything I said about Jewish people for the last 2.5 hours, I'm gonna ignore that because Bobby Fischer's based. Like and by the way, I just want to again, like, listen, chat is where the magic is sometimes. John Woo is all the Sheeny curse. Oh my God, my grandmother told me that. Imagine a 50-year-old woman telling you not to double cross Jews. See, John Woo knows what him. See, John Woo is like, he's not just any black guy, he's our black guy. and you know, it's so heartbreaking because like when people on the left speak of other, like for example, like they speak of other nationalities and races as if they have no agency and as if like they are these like precious creatures that must be protected and handled with kids gloves like at all costs, and like that it insults their intelligence and it already puts them at a disadvantage because like that's almost like the other end of the spectrum of like, you know, oh, well, you know, Bobby Fischer was a Jew, but he was a based Jew. And it's just like, and I think, honestly, dude, like, people who have such strong feelings, like, I don't think they've ever been to, like, Shabbos dinner before. Like, go to Shabbos dinner and spend from sundown on Friday to sundown the next day and, like, hold a grudge against these people. I dare you. Like, it doesn't, or all the people who are like, you know, Muslims are bad and blah, 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 and like, all right, but like growing up, I had a neighbor who like, he was from Afghanistan, and he was the nicest, kindest person I knew, and he used to call my mom out of respect whenever he came over, and like during Eid, he would come by and be like, hey, I remember your mom really likes lamb, like. And like just without so like, and don't get me wrong, like there are plenty of, you know, there are awful assholes in every group, okay? But you do make a good point how people with such strong vitriol against a group of people they've never met before. Like, if you live in Crown Heights for like 20-something years, I would expect you to have certain opinions about like the people you're living among, you know, because it's your lived experience. However, like if you're in like Idaho where there are like 6 Jewish people and you're 7,000 miles away from one of them, it's almost it's pointless. And you know, and think of all that time and energy they're spent hating on people they've never met because they have nothing else going on in their lives, you know.
And what they also may not see as much, which I see plenty of in New York, is they should see the WASPs the way that the WASPs talk about white privilege and all this stuff. You know, like that is something that's you know, incredibly frequent. And they excuse that, or they think, oh, they're just being brainwashed. Well, what, you think that the Jews aren't being brainwashed when it comes to a lot of this stuff? Of course they are.
Right.
You know, like, everybody's being brainwashed one way or another, and it makes sense that certain things were brought on by, let's say, certain swings of the pendulum here and there. For example, we can say that because the Christians back in the day forbid Jews to... you know, have certain jobs except for, you know, like, it's so funny, right? Like, the jobs that they were given were the swindling jobs, you know, like banking, and it's like, so it's almost like they're creating their own enemy. They're creating the scapegoat to put all of their problems on and then make him wear a UFO, like a yellow UFO hat. And, you know, it's like, why not take responsibility for these vices that exist in your society instead of just lumping them on the Jews? But it is interesting, though, that in the Middle Ages in Europe, except for Spain, they tried to convert, but that was still no good. They were still considered Jews. But in other parts of Europe, from what I understand, when they converted to Christianity, that was it. So for them, it was much more a matter of a religious nature rather than anything having to do with biology. So who knows, like, how many people in Europe who have been Christians for, like, you know, generations actually started out being Jewish. And again, the whole thing is ridiculous because when you think back into the Old Testament times, the people who became Jews, it wasn't just like one people. It was like they were picking up people along the way, and eventually that all ended up forming this, you know, these new people. And that I find to be weird on the side of the Jewish people too. When I talked to this one elderly Jewish guy, Hasidic Jewish guy, and he said, like, Lev, you should marry a nice Jewish lady. You know, and look, I'm not opposed to that, but I'm just saying, like, they are also kind of biased in. I'm talking about, like, the religious, like, ultra-religious, you know, ultra-Orthodox, you know, they like what they like. They like their own, you know, their own kind when it comes to, again, like, the specific, you know, religious Jewish people. They like to be around other specifically religious Jewish people. When's the last time? I mean, I'm obviously making a, you know, broad brush statement here because there are people like that Jewish rapper, what's his name? You know, the reggae.
Matisyahu?
Yeah, Matisyahu. Yeah, he hangs out with other people too. But if we're talking about people in general who just like putting on the funny hats, putting on the black outfits, and walking around, I'm sure that they dig walking around with people who also put those funny outfits on. As I'm sure the Amish enjoy being around the Amish. But the difference is that when you're talking about, let's say, more like civilization, when you're talking about civilization as far as civilization in New York City or in other towns and cities all over the world, we've grown past the stage of letting those ways of, like, you know, how we dress, how we, I wouldn't say how we talk, though. I think how we talk does actually, you know, bring people together, you know, who talk the same way. But anyway, when it comes to people who, you know, have certain specialities. Let's say, for example, Vers Laloon. I always keep bringing his father up. His father is a really famous, from what I understand, dancer. Like, he has his own dance company.
If I remember correctly, like, my only frame of reference is, like, I tweeted something about I tweeted something, and then he said something to the effect of like he referenced his father dancing for an Alvin and Ailey company, so like, that much I know. But by the way, like big ups to Verse Laloon.
Yeah,
he was on MK Ultra Money's podcast.
Check that episode out, everybody. That is a great episode.
And by the way, like he's what a sharp young man. Like good on him. But no, it's before I forget, and please excuse me, I'd wanted to say this, but it's like when you see something in like the
go for it,
mirror.
Go for it.
All right. Gravantis, unless you're gonna step in and start telling us about, like, honestly, I was expecting Gravantis to be like, the concept of fine art theft is one of the most pointlessly selfish activities known to civilization. You can commission a flawless reproduction of just about any artwork for just a few $1,000s in most cases, perhaps tens of thousands for something really special. But for an elite few mega-rich aspirants, there's nothing quite like the thrill of stealing a priceless original masterpiece for a valuable historical artifact and hiding it away from the unworthy eyes of the unwashed masses in a secret showroom for all time. After all, the unwashed masses don't really appreciate art. They don't deserve them. Screw them. Like, I was expecting Gravantis to just chime in here, and I'm like, hold on, buddy. Much like wrestling, art theft breaks down into amateur and professional, and then he tells me to go fuck myself. I was expecting that. So Gravantis, just please chime in.
Can you tell him to fuck himself, Gravantis? Can you do that? Can you do that for the viewers?
Well, you kind of crafted the argument, but I don't even think I necessarily agree with that. I wouldn't call myself, I guess, an art snob. There's definitely, I guess, the lower and higher tiers, I would say, but I don't know. For me, just that act of creating something, sort of putting your heart into something, I appreciate that, even if it's not necessarily to my taste. And because I want to say that that's kind of my big criticism of our current culture of criticism, where it's just, the critic is, it's easy to be a critic. You can tear anything down. People make, I think that's pretty much the way social media, the way YouTube, that sort of thing operates. You can make your channel, you can make your Twitter profile or whatever, where you just, criticize this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. And sort of once, kind of we have a culture where it's just vultures picking the bones of everything, and there's not anything new being created, I think that's where the big problem comes from. And, I encourage sort of all sorts of art where you have kind of the more highbrow stuff and the stuff that's just kind of fun. But yeah, so,
well,
so I don't think I fitting.
You're a big admirer, I think, of Hieronymus Bach, because you have some of the stuff there, and that's also something that I aim for in my work, like this guy over here, or all of this stuff. I didn't even start on these guys yet, like filling it in. But what is it about Bach, that Bach, I'm not sure how to say it correctly, that you are really into?
I would say for him in particular, just the details, kind of where I took my profile pic from the Garden of Earthly Delights, just sort of how much is jam-packed in there. And you kind of have that more simplistic art where it's just, here's what it is, versus something that you can look at it and see something new each time. So I think that's
what I'm doing here. I'm trying to add little, maybe there's going to be like a little bird man over here, with like the bigger bird creature who also has like a hippo man here. We'll figure it out. I mean, you could help me out, Gravitas. Like, let me know what you would prefer seeing in here. A little baby bird, like a little mama bird situation here.
I like how if this was in like a genetic splicing laboratory, you would be charged for crimes against humanity. But like it's art, so it's like, dude, like I totally want to see like this thing being fed candy corn by like a mama bird. This chimera you're gonna sell online.
Let's see, would this tail here work? No, that's too much. See, this is why we have the back button, why I like digital art, because you always have a chance to go back and to repair the damage that you did. But as far as is it a duck person, Graventus, that you have on your profile picture?
Yeah, it's like a monk duck fishman that I don't know. I saw it and I was like, "Yep, that's gonna be my avatar from like now on." But
now, what do you personally think when it comes to? You remember that there was this drawing. I don't remember who did it, but it was like Jesus and the apostles standing, against, on the other side, like the versus side. There were all these weird, misshapen, demon-looking creatures. I don't remember who did that, but it's always an interesting thing for me to think about, like this rearranging, kind of like, kind of like what was talked about before with the splicing, whatever you want to say it. It is in a way human beings taking up the mantle of creativity for ourselves and trying to figure it out, which is kind of like contrary to, let's say, iconoclasm, right? Like contrary to, let's say, like in the ultimate form, it would be found in Islam, but it would also be found in aspects of Christianity, if I'm not mistaken, right? So, like, I'm curious, where exactly do you stand on when it comes to nature of creativity versus, let's say, more submission to, maybe submission is a strong word, but like something with the real world, like more of just like accepting nature in the real world as it is, not really trying to create anything else. I don't know. I'm just kind of curious where you stand on those things.
Yeah, I mean, because I guess for me the first mention in the Bible of someone being filled with the Holy Spirit was during the creation of the Ark of the Covenant. It's a craftsman who's, has this divine inspiration in building it. And I think that, at least for me, that echoes through sort of anytime someone wants to create something. You mentioned kind of the aspects in Christianity. I would say we see it most in different forms in the Protestant Reformation, where we saw, I think it was Zwingli, who was kind of the big Protestant iconoclast, where in Germany you just see people throwing crosses, statuary into these big pyres. Sort of the East had that major period in like the 800s or so, where the rise of Islam and the decline in the Byzantine Empire, and kind of the question arose was perhaps God. The reason the Muslims are winning is perhaps because they outlaw or have a prohibition against depictions of people, and it's the icons that it's divine punishment of why we're losing. And that was kind of, I think maybe about a 100-year period of the iconoclasm or so, perhaps longer. Before that was kind of codified that, no, icons are kind of this representation of really because the idea of that icon is that since Christ took flesh upon himself, we're depicting how he depicted himself. So, it's not idolatry. And that extends also to like depictions of the saints in the natural world and the like. So I would draw the line between sort of icons and sacred art as compared to just, say, art in and of itself. The more sacred art definitely has more guidelines as to, how do you depict this? How do you depict that? Versus, say, that more exploration of something that's maybe not necessarily a religious subject. Such as like what you're doing or something, where it's just this act of this creative impulse in which we're doing something. Yeah.
Do you think it also has to do, let's say if we're talking about these various icons, the time and place where they were created? So in other words, would there have been, let's say, a different iconographic style were we living at a different time? Or do you think that there is something universal about the specific ways that the icons are depicted?
I would say there's kind of both. Sort of the universal, I guess, way you depict this or that, but also the different styles. Because if you look at, there's the Byzantine style, there's the Russian style icons. I think the Georgians have a pretty unique style as well. We see like the Copts, they have, I think people kind of compared to like anime chibi, almost like. But so I think different cultures sort of manifest this maybe universal principle into different forms.
Excuse me for interrupting, but by anime chibi style, you mean like the gigantic-headed, noseless horror of like, you know, teeny tiny body, but like a Funko Pop looking ooh-goo? Like
not quite like that. I would say that people have compared like Coptic icons to, I guess, more like a cuter, softer style as compared to, say, like a more harsher Byzantine style, which then again gets compared to like the more, I would say, realistic Western styles of like the Russians.
No, that makes sense because like if you go to like Saint Barbara, a Greek Orthodox church in Astoria, all the ikonas in the church all look at you like you did something fucking wrong.
Yes.
Like
yes.
they all like you walk in there, and even before you get to where mass is held, you know, like the two entrances where like it's the candles and the thing of sand, and they have like, you know, Mary, Mother of Jesus, and they have and you do like the cross, and you kiss the icona behind the glass. Once you enter the actual, like, you know, where sermon is held, all the ikonas look down on you like they're ashamed that you did something horribly wrong. And what always stood out to me is that like all the saints depicted, and even on like the roof where you see all this beautiful like mosaic, like everyone looks amazing, and John the Baptist always looked like he just woke up after a 4-day bender. Like he always looks like I'm already up, because like he looks so ragged compared to these like, you know, beautiful, you know, very stern, somber looking, like, you know, yeah, I know that guy over there, that's Jesus. Record scratch? You might wonder how I got here. Like, but no, I had no idea the Coptic ikonas were so different than, like, you know, like Russian or Greek or Byzantine or Orthodox depictions. I had no idea, dude.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. The different stylings. The Georgians also have a more, I would guess, a brighter style of icons. I think those are kind of the major, like the major stylings that I can think of off the top of my head, and kind of like different cultures in between sort of have mix and blends of each. But yeah.
It's something I also find in the medieval art that I see at the Met. So when you go into the Met's section of medieval icons, they also like look down at you in a very judgmental way. So it is something interesting to consider back then. What was the reaction of a lot of people who were living at that time when they saw these things? Because they weren't exposed to that much art at all, I reckon. Like, at least living in the villages, you wouldn't really see that much depiction, you know, like full body depiction of much. So that must have, you know, just like people when they encountered movies for the first time, when they encountered, you know, like the train was about to hit you.
Oh, yeah, and then they duck out the way, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So when they would see them, like, would they be like, wait, this is like a real person. Like, a real person is looking, like, I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine because I'm not living in that era. Like, look, I'm not saying that they were a bunch of idiots. I'm just saying, like, back then, people, you know, there were, like, rumors about people not even being able to see the color blue. I don't know. Like, there are certain things that we may take for granted, having, you know, being where we are right now, that back then people would be like, what the fuck is that, you know?
Well, because one of the major, I would say, reasons for the icons, especially biblical stories being depicted in icons, was illiteracy at the time. The idea that icons were essentially the gospel for the eyes. So, you know, someone who couldn't, you know, just pop open a Bible and read at that time, let alone owning one, but even being able to read it, this was how they would experience the gospel. They would experience just through this visual sensation, in addition to like the gospel readings and the sermons and the like. But you know, that's mainly how they would capture these gospel moments.
And by the way, the very bad man, people could fucking see blue. That's stupid. It's one of the most obvious colors. Okay, yes, I can see. That was something that I read a long time ago in the New Yorker, so they may have done a psyop on me back then. I can see it. I can see it. But when it comes to the language in Byzantine Greece, people spoke Greek. It wasn't like a matter of like with Catholics, having it be in Latin and people not really understanding what was going on. So would you say that there was, maybe that's why there wasn't the same kind of like Anabaptist, Protestant revolt there, because people were already kind of on the same page and they weren't that much on the Catholic side of things because of that, lack of communication with Latin?
Yeah, because at that point, if we're talking like Protestant Reformation, the Roman Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church was already split by that time. So a lot of the Protestant, kind of the initial impetus was revolt against the Pope and sort of his authority, which the Orthodox weren't under his authority. So, it really didn't affect them. And sort of the theological underpinnings that sort of got piled up underneath that, kind of igniting Western Europe into the Reformation. And it's actually interesting that some of the reformers had initially reached out to the Orthodox Patriarch of Constantinople. It didn't really go anywhere just because events were already happening faster than communication could travel in those days. But it was interesting, the initial, I guess, outreach at that point.
But when it comes to this desire on Martin Luther's part to enact the Reformation, what were the basic things there? Was it like, and I know that this wouldn't be in your, maybe it is in your ballpark, I don't know like how much you've looked at it, but when it comes to something like predestination, he views it as there are going to be a certain number of saved people, and that's it. There ain't nothing you could do about it. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. And why did he get that from reading the Apostle Paul?
I think that's more of Calvin. I'm not sure how much Luther might have also dabbled in that, but I think that line of thought's most commonly associated with Calvin. Gotcha. But this is definitely, I would say, the issue when you sort of have the church built up on sort of interpretations of the gospel and readings based on tradition, and when you sort of knock all that out of the way and you're sort of just, you can run wild with the text. So, because from the Orthodox understanding, the Bible wasn't fully put together until like the 300s or so. That was like fully when everything was canonized. This is the biblical canon. This is what we all share, and sort of the need for that arose where people were, the churches had that apostolic succession from the apostles. They could trace back. This church was founded all the way back from Paul. This one was founded all the way back from Mark or something like that. And they could trace it back. And we have these letters from Paul. We have this. And then you have, this is mainly for more Gnostic groups. When they started popping up and they said, well, we actually have this secret gospel from Thomas, was often a big figure, where sort of none of these churches had really ever, they're like, why don't we have this? So especially when they started coming up with these teachings that are completely foreign to the canonical church. And sort of that was mainly the impetus to standardizing the canon. This is what we all have. And then the proper understanding of it, sort of like anything else.
There's some audio in the background. I'm not sure who that's from. Is that from you, Gravantis, or what is going on? I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
All right. I'm not.
What is everything okay?
Because
I want to know more about these apostles and whether the rock upon which I have built my church really was Paul. And what's Thomas's deal? Hey, whoever's making whoever's eating noisily, close your mouth, please. Like, just have some consideration. If you're gonna chew loudly, I hope you bought the rest of us some goobers and raisinets, okay?
I haven't had goobers in a while. That sounds pretty good. But anyway, back to the back to the apostles. So, what about Catholicism then? What was going on with that split? Because from what it sounds, the original foundation seemed to, like you said, the Orthodox trace theirs all the way back to the apostles. Where does the Pope come in? Where does all that stuff come in?
Well, the Pope also traces it back there. It's just sort of the role of the Pope, whether the Pope is a bishop among, the other bishops, or whether he is kind of king of the church, and what authority he has. And sort of when the fall of the western half of the empire came, the Pope took on a lot more authority, which didn't really happen in the East because there was still that centralized government in addition to the ecclesiastical order. And there was any sort of flare-ups between like how far does the Pope's authority go, and that really kicked off. People like to put a date at 1054. That was the excommunication between Rome and Constantinople, but the Orthodox Church in full didn't really break communion with Rome until maybe like the 1200s with each of the churches. And so the authority of the Pope sort of over the West, when the reformers came in and they're seeing sort of this overreach of the Pope and, his authority is too far, their criticism actually went too far in and of themselves, where they didn't just question the authority of the Pope, they questioned the authority of tradition completely. So, they kind of threw the baby out with the bathwater, and they're saying, okay, we're just going to disregard sort of all this and sort of cherry pick what we want, and have our own interpretations. I know Martin Luther, he called the Epistle of James kind of like an epistle of straw. He wanted to completely excise that. He didn't, because it's still in the sort of Protestant canon, but I think that kind of illustrates just how far the Protestant Reformation was going at that point, and sort of like undermining church tradition from like 1500 years.
But the church tradition itself, when they were deciding what to canonize and what not to canonize, like I know that they didn't go for, the Book of Enoch. That one was not included, for example. So what I'm curious there is, these were still decisions made by men as opposed to made by God or the angel when it comes to what to include and what not to include. Is there ever a question that is brought up as far as how can this, let's say, editing, and maybe that's not the right word for it, but it's like if you like include one passage, you don't include another one, how can something like that be sanctified as holy if this was like men who went in there and decided what to include and what not to include?
Well, from the Orthodox understanding is, these councils, the ecumenical councils, are led by the Holy Spirit. So it is that grace leading men. The main sort of focus on sort of the scripture was the New Testament. What's the New Testament canon? And there was some debate for a while. I think the West in particular, they enjoyed sort of the book of Revelation, while the East had the book of Hebrews that the West had questioned. And sort of it was that acceptance of both that came together. And I think those were kind of the two major questions that arose, whether Paul had actually written Hebrews and sort of the authorship of the book of Revelation as well. The Old Testament, I guess, it wasn't necessarily seen as tantamount. And we see this in, for example, the Ethiopian church. They actually have the book of Enoch inside their, they actually have it in their canon.
They may also have the Ark of the Covenant that causes people to go blind, like the Guardians, they go blind. But I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. But even if sort of the book of Enoch, these kind of books, they're not officially, in the canon, there's kind of the Deuterocanon, where you can still, I guess, reference them. They're still edifying. It's the issue of biblical canon is mainly what is permitted to be read in church, that sort of idea. And these are considered like the infallible text as compared to, perhaps the surviving book of Enoch that we have is not sort of unblemished from, I guess, time changes, scribes and whatnot. But, it's not necessarily like the book of Enoch is anathema, and there's other books like the book of Jubilees and things like that, which, they're still edifying if one were to read it. It's just sort of the main point, the really big important part was the New Testament. Sort of what are the Gospels, which are legitimate letters from Paul, which are legitimate letters from Peter, from John. Did the apostles actually write this?
But the Gospel of Thomas, was that said to be a forgery, or what exactly was the situation with that? Why the Gnostics were very interested in that and later on were persecuted as a heresy?
The Gospel of Thomas. I think there might be a couple that go by that name. One of them, I think the most well-known one, is mainly just a list of sayings attributed to Christ, if I'm remembering the correct one, which seem to excise the idea of a Messiah, that the Jewish Messiah didn't really play any role in that, and sort of more typical Gnostic teachings of the flesh and things like that, which go against sort of like the idea of Christianity, that Christ as not just a teacher who, it really portrayed Christ as more similar to the Greek sages, where they have just this list of sayings as compared to the Christian Gospels, where Christ is a man doing these great events, these acts. It's, he didn't just come to teach, he came to save. And that was, I guess, the main problem with things like the Gospel of Thomas and the like, which sort of these churches which had verifiable proof where they could directly trace their succession back to the apostle and the apostles' disciples, in which these churches which could not are suddenly coming up with these texts which seem to completely shift what the teachings of Christ are.
What were the reasons? Yeah,
I'm sorry for the interruption. Just only because this isn't my wheelhouse, but I'd like to know more. A question and a comment. Question, a comment, and just me thinking aloud. One, if you don't mind me asking, Gravantus, what Bible do you read? Because there's the King James Bible, the Oxford Bible, and all these other things. One, I'd like to know what Bible you read. Two, I've always wondered if stuff like the Gospel of Thomas or copies of such texts that aren't considered canon, you've heard of the Secret Archive of the Vatican. Have you? There's a different name for it now. It was renamed into something else, and I could dig it up. But I always found it funny how the Catholic Church has basically because they stamped out all the competition, they kept their original texts. The Secret Archive of the Vatican. Okay, it was renamed into the Vatican Apostolic Archive, but up until October 2019, it was the Secret Archives of the Vatican. That was the actual, which is funny considering they don't believe in demons, but they have an office of exorcism. But I digress. That's the Catholic Church. And one last thing. How did you go about learning up to this daunting but not impossible belief called Christianity? Because it's more than just sit, kneel, stand, go somewhere once a week and that's it. Clearly you have a grasp and understanding of the context and the history of it. So what Bible do you read, and how did you go about researching and understanding such things? sorry to cut.
No, that was brilliantly put. I was going in a similar direction, so I applaud you for doing that.
I'm just trying to buy you time so you can finish making your chimera. And because you're speaking to a man of the faith, Christ will not cry when you click upload on your chimera.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I have a couple. Sorry.
Nah, don't be sorry, dude.
Okay, I have a couple different Bibles. The kind of the major one in Orthodox users, it's the Orthodox Study Bible, and that uses the New King James for the New Testament, and it uses I believe the Brenton Septuagint translation for the Old Testament. And then I have King James. I think I might have a English Standard, but I always love the King James just because the language. But I know there's, especially in Protestant circles, the idea of kind of the perfect translation. In Orthodox, the Orthodox Church, it's not necessarily too strict about what translation we're using, so long as it's not like one of the crazy out there ones. There's like one called The Message, which is completely awful because it doesn't really translate things. It just kind of makes things up as it goes along. But kind of the important part is the understanding of what this passage means, even if it may be translated this way or that way, even if it might not be sort of completely perfect to what the original Greek was. That's less important than sort of our understanding of what, our understanding of what this passage means. What's the intent behind it? What is the understanding of it? So that the exact English wording of, this or that isn't as important as our understanding of it. As for my conversion story, I guess, I think ultimately that movement of faith, you can't approach it from an academic standpoint, even if that's, I guess, sort of where I come from as well. But, I kind of grew up non-denominational Protestant, went to Sunday school for like maybe the first 6-7 years of my life. And then it wasn't really a thing. It was just kind of a cultural identifier where it was just like, yeah, I'm a Christian, but that doesn't really play any role in my life. I don't pray. I don't necessarily live up to moral standards. And just kind of that sort of certain events in my life that kind of re-sparked the idea of the faith. And it was really in me reading sort of the Bible again, the Old, the New Testament, and just sort of seeing how things click together. Like I say, I also come from an English background, the liberal arts, that sort of thing. And just the poetry, the way that the Old Testament prefigures the New Testament in such a way that I don't think you can discount a divine inspiration from it, where you have these, I guess, disparate authors, like different people living in different times, all coming together. And it's this concise, not necessarily concise, but cohesive narrative that leads up into the point of the New Testament. But, again, I don't think necessarily, even if I am interested in it from this historical standpoint, when I converted to Orthodoxy, it was kind of where I wanted to get serious about my faith, but it just kind of, the churches I went to, it seemed hollow. They were empty. That wasn't, everyone was nice enough, but it wasn't necessarily a deeper faith. It was just kind of the exterior shell of it. And I wanted to kind of go deeper to it. This idea that, is this a church that Christ founded? Or is this kind of like an offshoot, a branch or something? And it was in that exploration from the historical perspective where I was aware of the kind of the Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantine, that kind of thing. And I'm like, well, this is still something you can be, so I might as well check it out. And it was that, my first Divine Liturgy, when I went to that movement, that even if I didn't understand sort of what was going on, the icons on the wall, the bells, the incense, people doing this, that, venerating icons, crossing themselves, even if I didn't understand it, in that moment where, it was where the heart knows before the head, where, this is what I was looking for, even if I don't understand it. Very much the same idea, I would say, when Saint Prince Vladimir, when he's kind of sending out his emissaries to find, a religion for Russia at the time. And his emissaries come back after they go to the Hagia Sophia, and they say, in that moment, we didn't know if we were on earth or in heaven. And I think that's the best way to describe it, where we can intellectualize the faith. We can kind of go into, the deeper, the nature of God. What is this? What is that? Sort of the natures of Christ. Is he one nature? Is he two natures? Do they intermix? They intermingle? Are they separated? This more heavy theology, and we can get caught up in the weeds. But ultimately, the illiterate peasant 500-600 years ago who couldn't read, didn't know anything about sort of like ecclesiastical affairs, didn't understand higher theology, but sort of knew the story of Christ, knew of the sacrifice on the cross, and lived his life sort of as the best he could, where he prayed and whatnot, and is now a saint in heaven, as compared to sort of the various heresies that erupt from the more the more scholarly side of things, where people getting too caught up in the books, the intellectualization of the faith, that leads them astray. And I go back to the kind of a biblical verse. It escapes me with the exact passage. I'll find it, but where I want to say it's Paul in Romans, where he essentially says, I'm paraphrasing, that for, a righteous man, for a good man, one might, dare to die. For a righteous man, one might, he might sacrifice his life for them. Yet,
Romans,
sinners,
Romans 5, yeah.
And I think that captures the essence of sort of the intense religious feeling, where just sitting down and understanding what exactly does, if we were to assume that Christianity is true, if, even if you're not a believer or something, if you were to sort of accept that presupposition, just to kind of explore it, what would it mean for sort of God as an infinite being to take on flesh and to die on the cross? Sort of what does that mean? What would the effects of that be? And just this intense kind of love that outpours from that, and seeing the witness of kind of the saints throughout history, where you see these men kind of burned alive, these utter brutal tortures, and yet still have this almost like love and compassion for the people who are drilling nails into their hands, ripping out their fingernails, throwing them into a pyre, feeding them to lions, this sort of thing. And you still see that, it's not something that I guess you can understand from a logical perspective. It's not in human nature to,
especially if they were given the directive of all you have to do is just say that the emperor is also a god, and you'll be fine.
Yeah,
it's
easy. You can just offer this pinch of incense, we'll give it to you. All you have to do is offer it. And yet they still didn't, and yet not even in this almost I'm going to go to my death just to spite you, but I'm going to my death in love of Christ. This divine love, where sacrificing one's own sense of self-preservation, it's I don't think you can really explain that logically. It's definitely a more movement. It's more divine than it is human in that explanation.
I mean, it's tricky, like, just looking at it from the outside. And as it were, I was kind of always a bit of an outsider, but at the same time, I went to both a Russian Orthodox school when I was like, what was it, yeah, around 6 years old. This was St. Sergius Gymnasia, Sviatosyrgiskaya Gymnasia, as they called it. It only lasted for 1 year that I was there. I guess I was the straw that broke the camel's back. I don't know, but I mean they were already like in dire straits when it came to finances. When I was already there, I don't even know how it existed still. But it was a really nice. It was a really nice school because there were not a lot of people there. Like my class was only like a class of five other kids or maybe four other kids, and that's it. That's perfect. That's like the perfect amount of kids per class, I'd say. But we were instructed in Russian Orthodox religion. We had like we kissed the icons. We what else? I remember some of the stories. I still remember from an early age. One of the first ones. This is how they get you. They tell you the story of David and Goliath. That one. That one would definitely grab a kid's imagination. Especially young boys' imagination. But the interesting thing for me, though, is when it comes to exploring other aspects of existence and seeing without, and I just make this mark here because I think it's an important one, I don't think any of these things would negate the fate that people have, which I think is a very important thing and is a very true thing in the things that you described and the actions that you see taking place in your life and the lives of other people and the lives of the saints. Like, these things have absolute important meaning as far as the greater scheme of things, I think. And this is coming from somebody who is not a Christian, but I just see that when people encounter these things, you could call them whatever you want, but they have such a tremendous amount of meaning in that place that they were in, as well as universally. But anyway, what's interesting to me, though, is to then take a step back and see what are some other things that we can gain from, let's say, all the other religions that we know. Not to say like universal religion and bullshit like that. That's like some mark of the beast shit as far as I'm concerned. But more talking about it, I guess you could say like as a scientist or a scholar or whatever you want, but taking a look at other things that are within the human body as we see it and kind of saying like, okay, if there are these things that we can kind of like look into a little bit more while keeping in mind, prelist, as you called it, and illusion and stuff like that, but still seeing what are certain things that we can agree upon that do exist. And let's take a look at them a little bit more, what exactly they are and how exactly they play their roles. Specifically, I'm talking about what I always mention on Break the Rules, Kundalini, the chakra system, all these other subtle body systems having to do with breathing, and what exact effects do they have? How are they experienced? And also beyond that, the astral realm, the realm that you could say there are daimonic influences there, but then they may also be angelic influences. The key, I think, what was talked about with, I don't know if it's Seraphin Rose who talked about it, but that it should not be anything that kind of, wants you to worship it or wants you to submit to it. I mean, that's obvious. I know they're not gonna make a fool out of me. But anyway, the idea here is that these are things that exist, and it's interesting to take a look at them like in the context of if there are folk legends out there of fairies that, let's say, could be mischievous but they don't harm kids. That is already, to me, like thumbs up, fairies. Like, I'm not going to all of a sudden disqualify the fairies and say, oh, you're just a bunch of evil demons. Like, no. If you're not harming the kids, and if that's at least what's passed down through the legends that people have of these things, then I don't think that's so bad.
Lev, like the Wu-Tang Clan, is for children.
Exactly. Yes. As long as you don't harm children and animals, then you're okay in my book.
But it's one thing that I've found kind of fascinating, that we touched on this like very, very early in the stream, and where Gravantis, like, for every person like yourself that went on a journey where, like, in all honesty, there's no real roadmap. You kind of have to weigh out what makes sense to you, what's applicable to you, because, like, what worked for Lev might kill me in 2 weeks and vice versa. You know.
Oh yeah, be careful with the breathing techniques.
So, you know, your journey is something that's very familiar to what I'd argue is a lot of people. Like, you know, ever since what I like to call mumbo jumbo times kicked off in 2013. You know, I think inherently people want to belong to something greater than themselves. Most people, like it's inherently built. You could write it off as whatever, like it's evolutionary genetics. It's, you know, simple in group out group thinking. But the point is, in the absence of something like community, and even in the absence of like a big family unit, religion ends up becoming an existential pillar in people's lives. And in a way, religion kind of fosters family and community, so it's like a fostering thing, right? However, for every person like you, Gravantis, who can unpack and articulate these things, there are people who flocked to the Catholic and Orthodox Church just because it's like it's aesthetically cool and it meshes with my right-wing beliefs, and it's like you have no, like, if this isn't a lifetime thing, you're doing it wrong. I'm sorry, you know.
And is that kind of like and I'm not saying this is what he did because I don't know the guy, but I know that Rush V recently converted to Orthodoxy, and again, like, I wish him the very best of luck, but he seemed to be a very boisterous type before, so I wonder, like, is that also an example of somebody getting in there for that kind of reason, or has it been something that has, and I don't really know the guy, again, I don't want to speak ill at all of him, because I don't know him at all, even if I did know him, I wouldn't speak ill of him, but anyway, the point here is that is he someone who, if you have paid attention, has he been like fully like wrapped up into the faith and somebody who is like for real, or is it kind of like a grift thing?
Oh, well, first of all,
him, I would say yes, because just he kind of wrote a book about his story. I haven't read it myself, but I've kind of heard someone reference it before. But sort of his previous, I guess, sexual escapades, where he now took, you know, you can't even buy his kind of old sexual escapade books anymore. He took them down. You know, you're not able to get them. So, you know, at least for me, that's a sign that it's genuine. One of the, I guess, major points to his conversion was he met with he recently proposed, I want to say in 2019, might have been early 2020, but Elder Ephraim of Arizona, who was an Athonite monk who came, you know, from Mount Athos, and he established like 20 monasteries in the United States. And he actually was able to, you know, he met him face to face, and he kind of described him as glowing. And I don't think he was aware of who he was, especially so quickly after he proposed. People already talking about possible canonizations. So that, I guess, encounter with a saint.
I want to take a look at
really
him as well. How do you write his name down?
Who, Rush?
No. Ephraim.
EPHRAIM, I believe.
And what else should I write there in order to find him? The how do you say his title
was? Of Arizona. He should pop up.
Oh, just real quickly. I don't know the full story, and I'd like to say, Mama Polyakov must be proud that you, even if you knew the dude, you wouldn't say anything ill about him, which is like, dude, there are people I don't know, and I'm like, that guy's the worst thing in the history of anything ever. Like, screw that guy. I hope everything bad possible in this world will happen to that guy. I hope no one remembers that guy when he dies. I hope his grave is vandalized and Gravantis dances on his grave. And, like, I don't even know him. So, like, good on you for taking the high road here.
Oh.
I just want to chime in real quickly.
Is this him, by the way, real quick? Is this Ephraim of Arizona on the... Oh, you may not see the chat, the BTR chat. Let's see, did it load in here, or... Oh, I see. Hold on 1 second. I got it. Here. I think you should see him now in the BTR chat.
Yeah, I believe that's him.
Yeah, he has such a kindly face.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely, you can certain people you can just kind of.
Yes. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Oh no, you're good. Don't be sorry. And for anyone watching, yes, Greek Orthodox priests and monks straight up look like learned wizards. It's listen, it's part of the deal. Chat chat chimes in. The real big question is between the Christians, Muslims, and Hebrews, who has the most powerful magic and/or kung fu? John Woo goes, Christians have a faith-based power, so it's very hard, but once they master it, they are in tune with God himself. Muslims are like trained warriors, no magic. Hebrews are born with magic, but cannot master it. Christianity power is the almighty power. Hebrews just have flame magic. Christians have holy flame that only burns sinners, so everyone technically, because considering all humans in terms of Christianity, they are sinners. And the very bad man goes, they also have some kind of charisma buff. You see, chat is what makes this magical. I mean,
absolutely.
Gravantis, if you don't mind me asking, are there any particular saints or monks or elders that have left an impact on you that, you know, like for example, like my grandma on my dad's side, like her favorite saint in the whole wide world was Saint Barbara, you know, and for whatever reason, like that was a saint she was very devoted to. And I guess, like, I mean, and who am I to tell someone, wow, you're really into that, you know, paying homage to a religious figure? Why? Like, no, like, who the hell is anyone to ask such a thing, or like to criticize such a thing? Because again, to quote Lev, as long as they didn't hurt the kids or the animals, go nuts. Go carve a cave out at the side of the mountain like a Coptic monk. Go for it, all right? But are there any saints or elders or figures that you felt were profound, that spoke to you?
Let's see. I think I would say kind of two major ones. Saint Simeon the New Theologian, which, you know, he has the title New, and he, I think, was around the 1000s or so, and that's new in Orthodox standings. But it just, there's only kind of three people in the Orthodox Church with the title of theologian: Saint John the Apostle, Saint Gregory the Theologian, and Saint Simeon the New Theologian. And they're all known for like their religious poetry. And I think ultimately that is the best expression of theology. And Saint Simeon the New Theologian, I think, really captured that. A more, I would say, recent saint, maybe around the 1800s, Saint Seraphim of Sarov. I would say he's a very popular saint. If you've ever seen kind of icons or depictions of an old kind of Russian monk with a bear, that's Saint Seraphim of Sarov. And just, you know, just his words, I know it's kind of hard to describe without, you know, kind of reading from his writings, but just that intense faith and love, I think really shines through. Saint Silouan the Athonite is another one where he's another Russian monastic, and he went to Mount Athos. But just his story and sort of his intense desire for humanity as a whole, where, you know, these intense moments that are written about, described, where he's, you know, sort of in these deep moments of prayer, sort of praying for all of humanity, the salvation of everyone. And, you know, I think, at least for me, I'd say those three kind of capture and embody, at least for me, the theology in action. You know, it's not just writings in a book. It's, you know, these people are actually living what they believe. It's not just an intellectual thing. They're living it. It's real.
If you don't mind me, asking, can you repeat the name? Seraphim. I didn't catch the second name. I'm very sorry.
Oh, Seraphim Basarov.
Okay, because I mean, the only one I know of with this name, Seraphim, is Seraphim Rose. I found out about him through the guy in charge of a band called Secret Chiefs 3. Like, like religion is a reoccurring theme in some of his work, and he explicitly stated like his writings being an influence on him. So for a second, like when you were talking, I was like, that guy doesn't sound like. Is this guy like a Russian time traveler? Like, how did the guitarist of this band know? And then, like an idiot, I'm like, it's probably a different Seraphim. So my bad. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, here's the picture. Here's the icon of Seraphim Saraf with the bear.
Yeah. Yeah. The story of the bear. I believe. I'm not remembering the bear's name.
We got a bear witness to the bear.
Someone had come to visit him, sort of in the wilderness, and the bear came out, and it's essentially his bear. And he says, go away. I'm trying to talk right now. And that's one of like the more famous stories with him. But Father Seraphim Rose, I'm pretty sure. Someone's going to call me out on if I'm wrong, but Saint Seraphim of Sarov was his patron saint. That's who he took his name from. And Seraphim Rose is definitely I would say he's the quintessential like American who converted to Orthodoxy. He was actually the founder of St. Herman's Monastery in Platina that I mentioned about getting my icons from when I visited. But he kind of has the story where he sort of grew up in this like Christian environment. It was completely empty. So he explores Eastern religions, Buddhism. I'm not sure. And he's also inspired by some of like the traditionalist movement. Rene Guénon.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Guénon.
But, he spoke several languages, and it was sort of when he came into and sort of found the Russian church, that's when he got fully absorbed into it. He was like, this is the truth. And I would say he's definitely been, I guess, the spark that has, at least in America, inspired a lot of people and brought them into Orthodoxy and led to their conversion. Kind of his two, I would say, quintessential works that definitely resonate with people today is Nihilism and
Religion of the Future.
I would say those are two of his works that speak to, I guess, the modern American condition, sort of this feeling of listlessness, this lost, where, what's wrong with the world and like, where do I go from here? But even like the old world, Russia, Serbia, his works are like super popular there. So, it's not even as if he's just kind of this American phenomena figure, but he's definitely he definitely sort of inspired and spoke to like Orthodoxy worldwide as well. And I want to say he reposed in the 80s, maybe the 70s, but
what does a repose mean?
That's when he passed away. So that's about his time frame. So there's definitely a movement for his canonization as well, which would mean we would have the first, I guess, canonized saint to have written about E.T. He was definitely very interested in, I guess, like paranormal phenomena.
Seraphim Rose is particularly famous because part of the things, one thing that makes it difficult to read, like take the Bible for example, is that like unless you're accustomed to the language of like these and thous, like, or unless you get a hand of a different translation or copy, it can be daunting, especially when you're reading something written by someone like so far removed from you. While like Seraphim Rose was like walking this earth like only a few decades ago. So like it's not like you're reading the works of like Saint Peter. you know, who like, hey, he hung out with Christ before he got nailed to a cross. Like, reading the writing of someone that far removed, like, yes, there's historical and religious significance, but like, when you read something by like Snake, like Seraphim Rose, like a part of you can help. A part of you mentally digests what he's saying because, like, you know, like he didn't exist at a time where like, you got bit by a snake, you're dead. Fuck. Good luck. GG. You know. So, but him being able to speak of the divine and the Holy Spirit in as close to a modern setting as most people can conceive of when reading his works, I think that's one reason why he's so popular and why like he's not canonized yet. That doesn't stop people from like keeping iconas of him. That doesn't stop people from like lighting candles to him and invoking him by name and going, he's the guy that put me onto my discovery. So like, you know, I've always found that aspect of the Orthodox Church, and even like in the Catholic Church, like there are figures that have not been canonized, but like in any part of the world where there's Catholicism, there are like local figures that are like locally canonized. You know what I mean? The same way, like in India, with a country of like so many like people believing in Hinduism, like there's got to be like just countless like Maharajas or like people considered to be holy men, even though like they might have just been like a hermit or a monk or an ascetic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the Roman Catholic canonization. It's more like top down. It's more like the Pope canonizes. But from the Orthodox canonization process, it's definitely more, I would say, grassroots movement. It's kind of the people who first knew him in his life, sort of his stories, and you have that local veneration first, the people composing hymns to him, painting the icons of him, and sort of that moves up until it's like he's officially canonized by the church. So that, you know, that's why you see, you know, people have the veneration of, you know, Father Seraphim Rose. They have that. Some people, you know, are very comfortable calling him a saint already, and it's just that the church canonizations, that official stamp of, you know, that acknowledgement that he is. But yeah, so you definitely see kind of the inspiration from it, where these people are so incredibly moved. They're like, he is a saint, and, you know, I have this dedication to him already, this devotion to him. And I, you know, it's kind of with how many people he's inspired. It's definitely hard to argue against it. And, you know, if anyone's interested, I think maybe 3 or 4 like actual recordings of some of his talks you can find on YouTube. So you can hear, you know, his voice, hear him actually, you know, giving a presentation outside of just his written works.
I would love to hear him. And what does he sound like? Does he have an accent?
No.
Or like the California accent, or
California accent. Yeah.
Very interesting.
If memory serves me correctly, where he did most of his writing, it was a cabin with no running water and no electricity.
The monastery he founded, I think it was just in the last couple years that the bishop made them install a toilet with running water for the guests who came. I mean, so, you know, that's very new. That, you know, since its foundation, it's very rustic.
I've always found it fascinating how, like, because I could be wrong, and if I am, hopefully someone can correct me. But like, I think only with the Orthodox Church I've ever heard something like, "Oh yeah, we started a prayer group of us praying in the corner of this barn and like studying the Bible." And then this core group ends up becoming the bedrock of like a congregation or an actual Orthodox church that's built on it. And like I've always, like, that's like the way you mentioned how in the Catholic Church canonization is from the top down, as opposed to this, which, like, I'm not saying it's entirely the opposite, but like, you know, like, think of all the people on all the iconas in people's bedrooms and living rooms that like are not on the Greek Orthodox fighting game character select screen. You know what I mean? Think of all the countless saints and monks and ascetics that have to be unlocked. You know, but but no, like it's it speaks to the to how profound um one's belief is, not just in the faith itself, but the extension of the faith, which are its people. You know, and I think not to come off as like bitter or caustic or vindictive, but like that sort of almost grassroots sort of worship. I think that is a very stark contrast between the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church. That like it's something that usually isn't made because it's too easy to just be like, oh, priests touch kids, lol, Catholic bad, and like, yeah, but it goes past that, like 2D iconas and 3D depictions of saints and statues, you know, like the canonization process, which, you know, again, like there are so many details that get lost by the wayside, which I believe, you know, that obfuscation prevents people from learning about the religion, like how you had to, Ravantus, where like you took it upon yourself, like you weren't like, excuse me for assuming you weren't born and raised in like a religious household, but like, but or like the journey you went on. Um, Not to say that you lost your faith and found it again, but that seems to be like a theme in where like people get lost in the woods and find their way out, and when they find their way out the woods, like, you know, they're like, you know, Christos Anestis, or Christ be with you, or like for whatever reason finding their way out the woods in the process, like they found religion or faith. And I find it fascinating how like the past maybe like 7 years or so, like I never thought I'd see the Orthodox Church ever be popular outside the Greek community, like in not only in my city but in this country. So, you know, it's kind of, it's surreal, but it's beautiful to see people like not only take it upon themselves, but like really have their heads screwed on straight, you know, like when it comes to speak, because like honestly, discussing religion isn't the easiest thing in the world, even amongst people who know what they're talking about. Hell, Lev, you could be testimony to this. Rabbis arguing over one another over like interpretation of the Torah.
Arguing, they'd physically assault each other over that stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
and like hell, you could go to like, you could go to parts of Brooklyn and see rabbis flipping over tables and strangling other dudes in the park. Like like over like, you know, like no, it's not this way. Yes, it is, Yankel. No, it's not.
Exactly.
Yes, it is, Yankel. No, it's not. Yes, it is, Yankel. Fuck you, Lev. And then like Lev puts a dude in a transmission, you know. But no. Listen, Ravantus, I appreciate you letting me ask such dumb, basic bitch day one questions. I really appreciate it, man.
Yes, Gervonta,
yeah,
thank
definitely,
you
yeah.
so much. You
No
are
problem.
you are a man of few words and much wisdom when you when you speak, and I think that is a very supreme quality for people to have. And I really appreciate you, brother, always coming on, being here for us, and we want to be here for you. As far as like, if you want me to pray for anybody, just let me know. And again, like, I think it's something that for me personally does transcend faith, as far as focusing on somebody special to you, and creating you know, something positive from that for that person. I don't think that this flesh and bone separates us as much as we think, nor the distance between the screen and you. I mean, now with the internet, the distance is hardly there. So I think it already hints upon something that connects us even more, you know. But there is a Jewish joke I wanted to say, where a man is stranded for years on a desert island. When his rescuers finally arrive, they discover that he has built not one synagogue, but two. Why? The answer is obvious. This one I pray in every day, but that one I wouldn't go near it.
And listen, no one can cancel Lev because it is a Jewish man saying this joke. He is untouchable. I dare you to come at.
Well, I've seen like all these different structures around Ocean Avenue in Brooklyn, and that it is very fucking tribal like. Just like some people would go to this one and the other people would go to that one. Never shall the two paths meet, even though you wouldn't tell them apart. You know, they're dressed like, you know, like all in black with the woolly hats and stuff like that. So there we go. But one last thing I wanted to comment on, because I want to make sure this point isn't lost. When we were talking about Vers Laloon and his father, you know, famous dancer father, that this is somebody who came to New York City who was interested in dancing, and this was a specialist. This was somebody who was interested in a specific thing. Dancing, somebody would be interested in animation, somebody would be interested, you name it. This is something that I think people are brought together in a civilization, like I said before. And I think a happy medium would be able to have a society where there would be people like the Amish, for instance, or like the Hasidic Jews who like, you know, hanging out with themselves, but then there would be other people who want to reach out and talk and speak with other people based on other interests that they happen to have over time. And I think it's very important that we recognize that it is important to have a system that would not prevent both of these things from existing. And that is a hard balance to achieve, but I think it's possible. We still have the Amish, obviously, and we have the Hasidics, and I want people not to feel pressure, but to actually enjoy being in the company of others that may be different from them. And I think it does naturally happen when people are passionate about something. Like us, we're all passionate about talking, exploring, finding out the secrets of the universe, whatever, you know, getting to know each other better. And we come from different backgrounds, yet we gather here on BTR. And BTR I do see as an example of something that civilization should, as strange as it is to say, well, all like the inflated nalas and all that stuff, as strange as it is to say, I think it is something that we can introduce into our civilization to try and emulate in some way in the real life, instead of this mud flinging back and forth that's been going on as of late.
Oh,
and
well, I think that's an excellent point, Lev, and that something like BTR is a perfect example of, like, from that framework you stated. That's a perfect example of, like, think globally, act locally. And even collaborating with people with like on our endeavors in 718 TV, like, for example, like if I were to be some asshole who's like, I'm just gonna have really strong opinions about Muslims, all right, like, I would shoot myself in the foot, because like Anatomy of Heads, this dude on Twitter, like, fantastic at, like, working with audio, sharp guy, like, hilarious, and, like, I'd be shooting myself in the foot if I were like, oh, he's from Indonesia, it's a Muslim majority country, like, oh, and, like, it would honestly, like, I hate to grossly oversimplify what you just said, but it would be like, hey, ever notice anyone in every country likes watching people getting kicked in the balls, fart jokes, and, like, perfectly timed puns? Like, wow. And I think ultimately, the very bad man once said something to the effect of, like, identity politics and the culture war is a distraction from people realizing they have more in common with one another. And honestly, like, getting people, like you mentioned, like, encouraging people to be around others they're not familiar with, because, like, guess what? Music and food is not all diversity and multiculturalism is about. Like, the music and food of another person's culture will not get you any closer to understanding who they are, what they've been, where they've been, and what they've done. So
and it doesn't mean, though, that there aren't going to be cultures out there that, let's say, would be more suited to living in one place versus another, where I don't think that cultures are equal. Like, I think there are different cultures out there. I don't ever put the limits on any biological characteristics when it comes to that, for obvious reasons. Like, there's always going to be something to prove otherwise, whatever theories people happen to have of, oh, these people can't X, Y, and Z. So I'm not for that, but I do see in clusters, there are people who, let's say, raise their kids in a different way, have different kind of values, and even though they do have interesting things here and there, it is a balance, I think, to say, like, as far as immigration, things like that, it is going to be much more in our imperative to have people in here who would already, regardless of where they happen to come from, who would already have the kind of culture that would resonate together with ours. And it's a tough thing to say, like, how can you make that call? But, I don't think it is easy. But I, at the same time, think that this is a good, let's say, middle ground between, people who are absolutely xenophobic about anybody who they perceive as a stranger, and having an environment where we do end up having cultural clashes. We can see that in Europe especially. And that is I don't know if you're still there right now, but that is a tough thing that I'm not really sure what the answer to is.
Oh, I mean, well, the fact that you're talking about it is a step in the right direction, because in almost all things in life, doing anything is better than doing nothing at all, and all right, this is gonna sound corny, but like, there's a quote I want to share that I've been thinking about ever since we started discussing, like how something like break the rules. And yes, it's one thing to get people from people. It's important to get different. It's important to get people from different ecosystems, from different perspectives, of course. But like, it's important to hear people. All right, this is the quote. Okay, are you two familiar with Bobby Sands? He was like a member of the IRA. Okay, he once said, "Everyone, Republican or otherwise, has their own particular part to play. No part is too great or too small. No one is too old or too young to do something." And like, I'm certain if you had a different backstory, and if you had a different upbringing, you might have ended up in a different path. Okay, and you might not even be streaming art right now. However, like, you did have to endure. You had to endure. You and your family coming to this country. You had to, like, the struggles you went through, and even like the initial, like, the difficulties in getting this thing off the ground. Like, those things were within your ability, and you did them. And not to bring it back full circle, but it's like what Terrence McKenna said. Like, you started your own roadshow. You didn't consume culture manufactured from the bones of a dying world. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, Gravantas, Lev, I gotta start making my way in a little bit.
And I gotta start going too. I may have a final meal before I go to bed. I'm not sure. I had a strange dream last night. Let's see. That's the last thing that I want to relay before we go. And I just want to say, guys, I really appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate everybody still sticking around here while I was drawing this thing. I had a bit of a problem in Photoshop. Manga Studio, what it was called, Clip Studio Paint now, and I ended up fixing it. So also tomorrow, this is what's crack-a-lackin'. Tomorrow we're going to have Free For All Friday. Come join us for Free For All Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun. And then I'm going to be streaming Pokemon Red version right here on this YouTube channel. So be sure to subscribe to this YouTube channel over here. It's youtube.com/LevPolyakov. Right over here in the bottom, you can see it. Send me some don'ts. Send me some donations. Follow me on Twitter at LevPo. And let me make sure that I get everybody else here. But what was that last thing that I wanted to do before we go?
Your dream.
Yes, dream. Thank you. Oh, man. See, I can remember dreams, but I can't remember wanting to talk about the dreams. Okay. So, okay. I don't think let's see. Oh, okay. This is a good one. I was doing a stream with Eddie Wong. You know Eddie Wong?
No, I'm sorry.
So Eddie Wong was the guy, he was on Joe Rogan's podcast a long time ago. Then he had a series that he produced about his life called Fresh Off the Boat. and that one I think was on ABC.
His last name is spelled Huane.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's a chef. Yes, in fact, I lived right across, like, my apartment, my shoebox-sized apartment on 14th Street back in the day when I used to, but I vaporized the weed. That's I like the flavor of it, but I used to love getting high and then going to the gym. But anyway, focus. So right next to it was like the perfect stoner food. It was his place called Bauhaus, where they had this thing called the Coffin Bao. And I know you have to go, so my apologies. I just want to show real quick over here what
No. Take your time.
What this thing looked like. Let's see, Coffin Bao. This thing, like, just imagine being somebody who loves to get high, loves getting the munchies, and having this right next door. Look at this thing.
Oh shit. Oh no. I honestly. Like, if that were me, I would, like, if I took it to go and eat it while walking, halfway into it, I'm like, I'm going back. Like, just not even, just walk back and be like, bro, give me napkins. I was here like 20 minutes ago. Come on.
That's why you got to get two. So, yeah, but anyway, in my dream, Eddie Wong he was doing a live stream with me, but he logged into his own account to host the stream when I came back. So it was like I was running the stream, and then all of a sudden Eddie Wong was running the stream. And when I came back, like, the stream had like 200,000 views, but it wasn't running on my thing. It was running on his thing. It's like, what the fuck? How did that happen? And then I was in a hotel room where I saw Tim Dillon speaking with somebody, and I waved to Tim Dillon. It's like, hey, Tim. And he was like, hey, Lev. He actually does know my name. He does know my name because last time when I saw him, he was like, hey, Lev. So that is actually legit. Then I was in this tunnel inside of this kind of like a palace. I'm not sure. No. Then there was a video game system which looked like the old school Nintendo Famicom. It was like this dark reddish color, and it was portable. And it had like some weird Alice in Wonderland game where I think like she beat people up like Street Fighter. And then I was in the Greek temple complex, and I was jumping over chairs and tables in the tunnel, and then I was flying, and I was doing barrel rolls as I was flying, just like going through this tunnel inside of this temple complex. And then I wanted to get people's attention because, like, guys, I'm flying. This is incredible. Can you believe that I'm flying? And I saw two girls in the courtyard of this temple. And one of them had this beautiful long raven hair. And she looked like an early 20th century painting. And she was actually calling out the way that the feminists today were interpreting ancient Greek civilization. So that's quite a stretch, though, because, like, the Athenians, they were not that pro-woman from what I understood. But I don't know, maybe that's just our psyop way of looking at ancient Greek culture. I don't know. I mean, you're Greek, so maybe you have some background info before you go on whether this raven-haired beauty was right and what she was talking about in that courtyard.
Oh, well, listen, up to a degree, I'm not going to say she's entirely right. However, this raven-haired temptress who probably would have made you beefsteaky and like ran her fingers through your hair and went, "Would you like some more dolmas and feta?" And you're like, "Yes, my love." And she's all like, "Saga po para poli," and you're like, "I don't speak Greek, but I like you too." So you have to take into consideration if the Athenian army was sent to like beat the hell out of like some Persians, not a lot of dudes left in the city to run things. So, like, it wasn't uncommon for, like, stretches of time. Like, even if you have a skeleton crew running, like, the government and the temples and the infrastructure of the city, at some point, like, women gotta step in. Like, it's only inevitable. So, I would say such a stance and belief and practice was much more prevalent in Sparta because all the dudes did really were fight, so all other administrative positions were left to the women, except of course like king, general, etc. But that temptress, who probably would have talked you into murdering a few Turks for her, and you probably would have because she would have made you the best lamb you've ever tasted in your life, she's not entirely wrong. Maybe she exaggerated just a bit, and you're in the right for being skeptical, but there is some truth to what she says.
Interesting. And one other thing, then there were these kids that I saw who were kind of like they were mutated. Like one of them was like this little girl and she had a beard. But that's like a whole other. I'm not gonna get into that dream because there's like all other things having to do with my philosophy of I consider like inverse evolution. I'm not gonna talk about that right now. It's just too much. It's too much for the conversation. I'm gonna save that for later. But I really
there should be a break the rules. Let everyone chime in about Lev's dreams. Like, because listen, I believe dreams are our subconscious trying to reach out to us, and like. Because everyone here has had dreams where, like, it could be the next day, or days, weeks, months, or even years. You'll see, like, an argument, a person, place, or thing in a dream, and then it happens in real life, and you're like, oh, True. Like, how many times are we going to have this? And haven't you ever noticed, okay, let's say, for argument's sake, Gravantus has a dream, all right? And he's like, in my dream, I walked by Lev's house, but it didn't look like Lev's house, but it felt like Lev's house. And it registered in my brain that it was Lev's house, but it didn't look like Lev's house. That's because your subconscious is trying to figure a way out to convey something to you from the abstract into the concrete, you know? And it's and its desperation, it just picked the very first thing, all right, that resembled Lev's house, even though it didn't look like Lev's house. So anyways, that's just my 2 cents. You should really have a break the rules. Everyone gives their 2 cents on Lev's dreams stream. I think that would be.
We can do that. I mean, here's the thing. Our number one thing right now that we got to do is we gotta make entertaining podcasts, and I think that the dreams have what it takes. I gotta see, but the dreams I've written down since 2017. I've written down every single dream I've had, pretty much, and I have about like 200 something pages of the dreams. So there's a lot of dreams to go around for sure.
Oh, but I bet after a certain point you've started noticing like reoccurring themes and patterns, right? Like, of
course, yeah. If I input them in the program, I can take out like the frequently used words, you know, all over the dream on certain themes. You know, it is interesting, and even locations. Like there are like frequent locations. One of them, and then we're gonna go. But one of them is the Russian Turkish baths, which I highly recommend everybody to go. It's such an amazing place. There are a lot of Hasidic Jews there as well, by the way, who go there, and they're really cool. One of them gave me a kosher joint one day, and that was like a whole other matrix breaking experience.
That's
that I'm not
amazing.
Going to get into this.
That's amazing.
This show, but you know what? I would love to share my Russian Turkish bath experience with you guys if you're interested in joining me tomorrow on the Pokemon stream. After this thing ends, I'm going to make a tweet about the Pokemon stream. This is going to happen. I believe so. We're starting at 4 o'clock Free For All Friday, which you're also welcome to join, by the way. At Free For All Friday, we're going to be talking about little Nas X and that, well, what Gio was talking about earlier.
I appreciate the offer, Lev, but unfortunately tomorrow I'm working on my next Ghost Jail submission with a friend of mine. Ghost Jail is the best podcast people are not listening to right now. There's a new episode at the first of every month. The most recent episode was on war. The next episode is going to be a vacation-themed episode.
How do I promote this? How do I find Ghost Jail and promote this to the good people who are listening to this?
Just Ghost Jail. It's on SoundCloud. All you got to do is go to Ghost Jail, 2 words. And boom, it should be the first result.
I see Ghost, yes, Ghost Jail. I see it over here. United States war, mental illness, conspiracies, liberals. So what is Ghost Jail?
Oh, Ghost Jail is essentially, okay. So, Ghost Jail is a platform for people to sound off on a particular topic every month. But it's almost as if like, if you prevent people from saying certain things, and if you don't give them a platform to say certain things, eventually you're going to banish them to some far off corner that there are eventually people will start seeking that corner out. Well, instead of being confined to a corner, you know, for lack of a better term, people have built up a soapbox, and the people who have built up this soapbox is gentleman by the name of Big Boy Birdo, Emerald Fantasy, Classman, and Dialectical P. They make Ghost Jail. And Ghost Jail, more or less, we've had a ton of people on, ranging from Jack, the perfume nationalist, Logo Daedalus, was on the two most recent
my
episodes.
boy Logo, nice.
Yeah, you know, a lot. Christ Lover 2000 starts off the episode, the most recent one. It's pretty ridiculous, and you know what? Like, it's when you're a part of something and you put your best foot forward, and it comes out better than you expected. You're sort of encouraged to like try even harder the next time, you know, because now you're with these people. Like, holy shit! Like, I thought I was good. These people are knocking it out the park and laughing at me. Like, how the hell was I even involved with this in the first place? So
wait, and you're also involved with Ghost to Jail as well?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, dude, I love it. I love all these plugs. I want to make sure that everybody gets all their plugs in for every wonderful thing that people got to know about. I think it's incredibly important to share all of this, and I'm definitely going to be tuning my ears in, rather, to Ghost Jail after this.
And subscribe to 718 TV. Gravantis, what do you got to plug?
Nothing currently, aside from, I guess, my Twitter, but hopefully something on the horizon.
And John Woo, thank you so much for subscribing, brother. I appreciate it.
Oh, snap. John Woo crashing in through your roof like frozen bird shit in July.
And here it is, 718.tv. El Greco, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Also, I really like the works of El Greco. I think he's a great painter.
Excellent painting.
Yes, absolutely. And let's see what else we got. Okay, yes, so now I'm going to plug Graventus here. I'm just moving through the tabs. You know how it is with all the tabs. Man, all these tabs you got to deal with here.
You know, I admire how you're able to play guest and host at your own dinner party whenever you stream. Like, you got to spin plates, put out fires, take someone's coat. You know, be like, no, like, let's just give the beignets 7 more minutes in the oven. Listen, honey, don't let the sauce stick. Keep stirring the sauce. and as all this is happening, you're working the room like, hey, Gravantis, how you been? Hey, Haynes, how about you fucking stop eating all the dip? Like,
oh man, I really do appreciate it, and well, some of it is becoming a bit second nature to me. Oh shit, you know, I just remembered there was a package that I had outside with meat in it.
Oh, man,
shit! I hope it's still good. No, it's okay.
Tell us to go jump out the window.
No, Twitter.com, and they even have like that old German, like the sausage where it's like a pate inside. You know what I mean? Like that.
Oh yeah.
And this is like all made from, you know, like organic, farm fresh animals living the good life. You know, no factory farm atrocities here. And also, I drink raw milk. I just had some raw yogurt and kefir, and the blue cheese, that's also raw, by the way, the blue cheese that I had. Oh shit, I should put that in the refrigerator too, now that I think about it. It was like lying here. It should be okay though, it's cheese. It's fucking cheese. It's gonna be alright. Alright guys, this is it. I have plugged everybody. Follow me on Twitter, by the way. LevPo on Twitter. Let me just, for the hell of it, put it in here as well. And guys, listen, tomorrow, Free for All Friday. This is where you gotta go. Okay, here's my Twitter. Free for All Friday. We are going strong. This is Free for All Friday tomorrow on Little Nas X. Be there or be square. And then the Pokemon stream is going to be coming right afterwards. I'm going to be plugging it right now. Graventus, I would love to have you on the Pokemon stream if you are around. So let me know. And
all right.
There we go. You're coming?
You know yet? It depends. It depends when the service ends.
Okay. Well, we should be going pretty late. I think we'll start the Pokemoning at around 7 o'clock. We'll see.
Okay.
7:30. All right, guys. Thank you so much for this. I really appreciate all the time that you have spent here. As I was drawing, there was a bit of a Photoshop accident that I ended up fixing afterwards. I hate it when layers get combined together. You saw what I was doing with, like, some of them were blue all of a sudden, and I was, like, taking the lasso tool, because that is, like, that is, like, the worst. But anyway, this is it. This is the end of the stream. I appreciate you all. Good night, everybody. Make sure to subscribe, and subscribe. Take care.